Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very warm good morning to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you all to today's class of governance. Today we are starting a new subject, that is governance. My name is Harshmeet Singh and I will be a faculty for this subject. Good morning everyone. Good morning. I hope all of you are doing good. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. Let others also join and then we'll begin the class. Good morning everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Vansi. Good morning. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Yes, Jagbandhu. Nayak. Lakshmi saying, should we make running notes for governance? I don't think you need to make running notes for governance as such. You will get a lot of things in the PPT itself and in the material that you will get. I would not say you have to make your notes once again for governance. Thank you, Misbah. Same here, Chaitanya. Good morning. Thank you, Amrit. Ilma, do you have to copy what exactly? Atma, for any questions regarding your schedule, etc., you can get in touch with the mentors and they will help you out with your schedule. I'm not really aware of what schedule you have exactly. Yes, Chirantan, evening batch also will be taken by me. Yes, Kausar, I will be in the evening class as well. Thank you, Hariom. Good morning. Perfect. So it's 6:02 already. Once again, a very warm good morning to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. It's early morning, it's 6 a.m., but I'm very glad to see all of you joining in right here on time. Today marks the beginning of a new subject, that is governance. Governance will be covered in about 9 classes. So, starting from today, we'll be starting our discussion on governance. As you know, governance is a part of mainly the mains examination. So, if you see in the mains exam in GS2 paper, we have polity and governance. So, this is where governance actually is. However, there are some topics of governance that might feature in the prelims exams as well. For example, in this due course of governance, we will be discussing topics such as the RTI, such as the CAG, such as the Lokpal. All these topics have a potential to be asked in the prelims exam as well. And that is why during this entire course of the governance, we will not just be focusing on the mains examination point of view or mains answer writing. We will also be focusing on the prelims examination point of view, questions that you can expect from the prelims point of view, so on and so forth. Before we begin analyzing or before we start going ahead with the entire syllabus, a very quick refresher about what exactly we will be studying in governance. What do we have in store for you in the entire syllabus? What is it that you have to keep in mind? Any books, etc., that you have to refer? Let's first go through that very quickly. So, these are the main topics that will be covered in the entire syllabus of governance. We'll be starting our discussion with transparency and accountability. So, just to tell you, in transparency accountability, what exactly will we be studying? We'll be studying about RTI, that is right to information. In accountability, we will be studying about something called citizens charter, and apart from that, we'll also be discussing the CAG. What is the CAG? How does it work? What are the problems with the CAG? All these things will be discussed. Then we'll talk about corruption. How can we prevent corruption? So over here, we'll talk about the law called Prevention of Corruption Act. Prevention of Corruption Act. How is it that the government is trying to stop corruption? We'll talk about citizen starter, important aspects of governance. What is e-governance? How does it work? What are the various aspects of e-governance? Then we'll also be discussing the role of civil services in democracy. Once you become a civil servant, what exactly are you expected to do? What is the role that you're expected to perform in the society? What is it that the civil servants do? Then We will also be discussing important provisions of Indian constitution with the constitutions of other countries, which is also part of GS2. For example, we'll be discussing main features of Indian constitution versus the features of the American constitution or the British constitution, French constitution, etc. So we'll be comparing that as well. Apart from that, we'll also be discussing important recommendations of the second ARC. You all would have seen, and many people would have suggested you as well about the second ARC. That ARC, the Administrative Reforms Commission, whatever suggestions they gave are extremely important. So we'll be discussing their reports. What suggestions exactly did they give, and how can we use that in the examinations as well? Now, coming to one question that many of you have whenever a new subject starts, obviously the first question that most people have is which book to refer, which book not to refer. Now, for governance specifically, I would not subscribe or prescribe any specific book to you. Although there are a lot of books in the market that you can see, Lakshmikant itself publishes a book for governance. There are other authors also that publish governance related books. However, it is a subject which is really based on your current affairs knowledge. It is based on how many current affair examples can you give in your answers. It is based on what you know about what is going on in the government right now. This is based on those. It's not really based on some bookish knowledge. So I would not really advise you or suggest you to take one single book only. Rather than that, my suggestion would be to focus a lot on classroom, focus on the PPTs, the content that you get here, and also when you read current affairs, when you read newspapers, etc., from those also extract knowledge on these topics. The more examples that you give in governance answers, the better your answer will always be. Please do remember. If you still think that you have to go ahead and buy governance book of M. Lakshmikant, entirely up to you. I'm no one to stop you. You can go ahead, but I do not think that is really necessary or sufficient. Most of the questions for governance in the question paper can be solved very easily based on our classroom discussion that we are going to have, the newspaper reading, etc. So if you are well versed with that, I do not think that you need to go ahead with any book. But again, if you really think so, you can. It's entirely up to you. It is not suggested from my end personally. Now, let's start with what are the topics that we'll be discussing today. We'll start with the first topic for governance, that is transparency. Now, what exactly is transparency? Is it required? Is it not required? Let's go ahead with that. I'm sure all of you know, ever since we were in class 4th, 5th, in science, we were told the definition of transparent, right? There are some things that are transparent and some things which are opaque. Transparent in simple terms means something that you can look through. Water is transparent. So if you can look through something, that is transparent. If you cannot look through something, that is opaque. Now, what are we discussing about transparency right now? In governance, the concept of transparency means government, the rulers, the administrators, they should be transparent. Transparent in the sense, we as the general public, we as the citizens of India, for example, have the right to know how the government is working. We as the citizens of the country have the right to know why is the government taking such a decision, where is the government spending all our money, because at the end of the day, government is being run on our money. Let me give you a very simple example. For example, let's say that right now government of India announces that we are spending a certain amount of rupee to set up a hospital especially for COVID-19. Because the COVID-19 hospital, just an example, is being built because of our money, we deserve to know where the government is spending all that money. We deserve to know how much government is spending. We deserve to know who is building this hospital. Is it a private company building an hospital? Is it the government of India building the hospital? That's a very simple example of transparency. That the governments should be transparent. The governments should tell the people, the government should tell the citizens what exactly are they doing and how is the government working. Now, a very simple question. Do you think the governments are transparent? Or let me ask you in another way. Do you think the governments would want to be transparent? What do you think? Would the government really want to be transparent? No, absolutely no, right? The governments obviously would not want to be transparent. Why would the governments not want to be transparent? See, it's a very simple logic. The governments across the world, and again, please remember, when I say the government, I don't really mean only the Indian government or only the present government. When I say the word government, it applies to almost all the governments around the world. Governments usually do a lot of stuff which general common people do not know. I'll give you a simple example. Okay, I'll give you a simple example. Have you heard of something called Baluchistan? Have you heard of something called Baluchistan? Okay, many people have. Good. Some people would not have. No. Okay, perfect. So those who know, good. Those who don't know, let me tell you what exactly is this. So Baluchistan is a province of Pakistan. It's their most poor or the poorest of all the provinces. So when India got partitioned, Pakistan was created. In Pakistan also, there is this area called Baluchistan, this province, where people of Baluchistan have been demanding independence from Pakistan. They say that our tribal culture is very different. We don't want to be a part of Pakistan. We'll remain separate. That is why Pakistan government also has not really invested a lot of money in Baluchistan. Pakistan government keeps on saying that India indirectly supports the Baluch leaders, that India gives money to the leaders of Baluchistan, that India gives weapons to the leaders of Baluchistan. Now, government of India has never officially accepted this. Why would we accept this? Why would we accept that yes, we are helping someone in another country? But there are multiple people at the top level who have written in their books how India is in very, very close contact with the people of Baluchistan. Because every country does that. This is what the responsibility of secret services or the intelligence agencies is, to make sure that a country is safeguarded. Doesn't matter if you have to do something which is illegal, doesn't matter if you have to do something dark or shady. The government would not want you to know about it, but it is a case. Most governments across the world actually ensure that they are listening into people's calls, that they are taping people's phones, but the government will not tell you about it. Why? Because the government says they are doing it in the larger interest. I'll give you one more example. I'll give you one more example. Do you know, for example, uh, there was a movie that was recently released. Did you see this movie called IB-71? I did not see it. I just saw the trailer, but I know the story. Did you see that movie IB-71? It was recently released. Okay. Okay. So I'll tell you what okay, let's not talk about movie. Let me talk about what the incident was. Okay. Let's not talk about the movie. If you have seen it, great. If you have not seen it, don't worry. Let me tell you what the incident was. So basically what happened in 1971, India and Pakistan fought a war. It was a war about Bangladesh, right? So if let's assume this is Bangladesh, this is Pakistan, and in the middle is India, right? So in 1971, this Bangladesh war was being fought. India had this issue. India did not want Pakistan to fly their planes over India and come to Bangladesh. Because you all remember, Bangladesh was a part of Pakistan only, right? Bangladesh was nothing but East Pakistan. Pakistan had two parts when it got partition. There was West Pakistan, that you call Pakistan today. There was East Pakistan. So what happened was, Pakistan was supplying all the different types of weapons, etc., to Bangladesh. India did not want that to happen. India wanted to stop Pakistan's planes flying over India. But how would India do that? Because this will be against international law. You can't just stop a country from flying their plane over your country unless you have a good reason for that. So what did India do? India hijacked their own plane. So what happened was, two officers from our own intelligence agency, RAW, they hijacked an Indian plane saying that we are Pakistani hijackers, we have hijacked the plane. Pakistan had nothing to do with it. That plane got hijacked, it was then stopped, and then we started blaming Pakistan for it. Pakistan said, "Arey, I had nothing to do with it. If I would have had something to do with it, I would have accepted it." But India said, no, you have hijacked our plane. Now we will not allow you to fly over our country because you're a security threat now. So this is how the countries operate. And I have seen the trailer of the movie. I've not seen the movie. If I'm right, this is the movie based on that only. It was, and you can Google it also. It was called the Ganga hijacking. the Ganga airplane hijacking. If you Google it, you will get the entire story. So what happened was this, there are a couple of people who hijacked this, and they even started demanding that we want certain terrorists to be released from the prison of India, and all of that was bogus. None of that was true. It was done just because the Indian government wanted a reason to ensure that we do not allow Pakistan's plane to fly over us. Pulkit is saying, how do we do know this now? Because Pulkit, now it is common knowledge. It was revealed by a lot of government sources much later on. It was not revealed at that point of time, what did you do? But it was revealed much later on. Now there are books written on it. There are, as I said, there's a movie also made on it now. So you can Google Ganga airplane hijack and you will get to know what I'm talking about. Anyway, coming back to the original idea. The original idea is, ideally the governments should be transparent, but we all know for a fact governments are not 100% transparent. They might have their own reasons. Their biggest reason, what they give, is national security. They always say national security comes first, national interest comes first. It is over and above the interest of any individual. And that is why the governments are not exactly transparent. Because just imagine, at that point of time when the Indian government had this plan that let's hijack our own plane, do you think the Indian government should have written that in the newspaper to be transparent? No, because the plan would not have worked. So you cannot expect the government to be transparent all the time. But this is the problem. How do you decide at what point of time national interest is more important, and at what point of time do you decide that individual safety or individual freedom is more important? I'll give you a few more examples of transparency as we go on. The simple idea of transparency, as I said, is people like us, common citizens, we have the right to know what the government is doing based on the simple idea that number one, government is running because of your and my contribution. It is your taxes due to which the government is running. If people of India don't pay taxes, government will not be able to work. As simple as that. Second reason, in a democracy, we elected our government. So we have the right to know why they are working, how they are working, right? Government cannot say we'll not tell you because we elected the government. The government is answerable to us. This is where transparency comes into the picture. We have the right to know where the government is spending money, how the government is spending money, what are the government decisions that are being taken. All of that is a part of transparency. Now, let me ask you this question. Do we have transparency in India? Abhijit, yes, we will be discussing what OSA. Do we have transparency in India? And if yes, how exactly? If yes, how exactly? Yes, I'm getting a lot of answer like no, really, partial, etc. My question is, how really do we have transparency? In what way? In what law? Yes, the simple answer to this has to be RTI. The most prominent law in India, the most prominent law in India that has been introduced to ensure transparency in the working of the government, to ensure transparency between us and the people, we have something called the RTI. RTI stands for Right to Information. We will be discussing about RTI in a lot of detail going ahead. Now, why do we need transparency? Simple idea. Transparency means people are much more accountable. I'll give you a simple idea. You tell me very honestly. You tell me very honestly. If your parents had access to your phone, listen to this very carefully. If your parents had access to your phone, they have your phone, they know your password, would it change how you operate your phone? What do you think? Would it change how you operate your phone or not? The things that you see on the phone, what you do on the phone, would it change what you do, right? You will be much more accountable. Simple. You will be much more accountable. Why? Because transparency brings in accountability. See, there are a few people who are saying no. Very good. I hope that your parents know how good kid they have. But most of the people are saying yes. So if you are saying no, great. God bless you. May you become even stronger and even more transparent. But for common people like most of us, including me, a lot of things would change, right? This is because, again, at the end of the day, transparency brings an accountability. Now, the same logic applies to government. The same logic applies to government. When the government knows, or when an IAS officer or a collector knows that his or her decisions are being seen by the common people can ask a question, then obviously they will be much more accountable. Accountable means being responsible for your actions. If something wrong happens, you will be held responsible. So transparency obviously brings in more accountability, as simple as that. Reduces corruption and abuse of power as well. The 2 points are very much related to each other. As a DM, as a collector, or as a minister, if you know that your decisions can be questioned by someone, you automatically would be much, much more careful in taking the decisions. Thus, it increases the efficiency of the government and opens up the government to public scrutiny as well. All of these are the reasons why we should have a transparent government. At the end of the day, common people should have the right to know how the government exactly is working. Not just this, it also empowers us. It corrects the asymmetry of power between people and government. Now, what do we mean by this? Asymmetry of power means, see, logically speaking, power of people and the power of government is not the same. Government is much, much more powerful. You can say ideally people are very powerful, but you all know government is much more powerful. Government can arrest you, you cannot arrest the government, as simple as that. So obviously people and government are not on the same power level as us. However, having transparency, having laws such as RTI actually allows the people to feel more powerful. It promotes people's participation in governance. It allows the people to ask questions to the government. Has any one of you, for example, or has any one of you here filed an RTI ever? I'll show you today how to file an RTI, by the way, don't worry. So that all of you can do that. It's pretty easy. Has anyone filed an RTI here? No, 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 no. 1 or 2 years in between. Most of you have not filed an RTI. Most of you have not. Okay, don't worry. I'll tell you how to file an RTI. Very simple, very easy. You can do it online. Don't have to go anywhere. Just have to spend 10 rupees and you will be able to do that. Okay, perfect. Apart from that, it also helps in correcting the trust deficit. Now, correcting trust deficit is also extremely important. The problem is you will trust your government, you will trust your leaders only when you think that they are doing the right thing. If you think that your government is not doing the right thing, you will not trust them enough. You will not participate in governance. I'll give you one more example related to this. How many of you, by the way, have read world history? How many of you have read world history? Okay, most of you have read world history. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. So in world history, okay, some of you have, some of you have not. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. This is not a world history lecture. If you have not, either way, it doesn't really matter. Tell me this: in world history, you read about something called the Cold War, right? Or end of the Cold War. Read about something like this. Okay, okay. Let me tell you something. Try and understand this. You can stop writing now. Try and understand what I'm trying to tell you. I am trying to tell you 100% transparency is also not a good thing, and it has been proven in the past as well. I'll give you a simple example. Listen to me very carefully. So, USSR, the Soviet Union of the earlier times, they used to run their country in a very different way. USSR gave almost no information to their citizens about how the government is working. Whatever government contracts were signed, people had no idea about that. For example, in India right now, if you want, you can get to know what is the cost of the new parliament building, right? There is no compulsion on that. If you want, you can get to know who built the new parliament building. You can get to know what cost did it make. You can get to know who was the contractor. You can get to know every single thing about that. There is no compulsion on that. On the other hand, we have a situation in USSR. We had a situation in USSR where they did not tell their people anything. What happened was in USSR, and it's a part of world history, so I'm not going to a lot of details like that. But in USSR, people's standard of living was declining. Economy did not have a lot of money. People were very poor. So USSR was going through a very tough time in 1970s, 1980s. In the middle of 1980s, there came a person called Mikhail Gorbachev, who became the General Secretary of USSR. He started a new law. His new law was, he said that now government will be open to people. He said that enough of closed government. Now people should be allowed to ask questions. Whatever questions people want, you can ask the government and the government will reply. He thought that this will improve the trust between the government and the people. It will help in correcting the trust deficit, because he attended my governance classes and he thought, and he read this point, it will help in correcting trust deficit. So Mikhail Gorbachev thought, let me try that out. So he tried that out, that let me see if it can actually improve the trust deficit. So what happened was, now people started asking questions to the government, to the USSR government. Questions such as, in how much money this contract was made, in how much money this road was built, in how much money the bridge was built, how much money have we spent in wars, so on and so forth. All these questions came up. What happened was, once this information started coming out, one after the other, there were a lot of scams and corruption scandals that started coming into public light. People all of a sudden got to know that we are poor because our ministers are so rich, because all the ministers were eating government money in every government contract. So when government became transparent, it backfired, because people now got to know that they are poor because the government is rich, that the government officers, the government ministers are so corrupt that in every single agreement they have taken some money for themselves. There were secret deals that USSR had signed with different governments during the World War. That also came to light. For example, it came to light that USSR had signed a secret deal with Germany during the World War. The deal was, Germany will attack Poland, USSR will not say anything. USSR will get half of the Poland in return. That was a secret agreement. No one knew about it. It came to light when all these things were happening. So 100% transparency also may not always suffice or may not always be good. That is why even today the governments do keep some things as secret. There are different reasons for that. They might call it national security, they might call it different name, but the governments also today know that transparency is not always good. You can see these in your house as well, to your with your parents. You can see this it when it comes to governments as well. We have the example of USSR. All of these tell that transparency, 100% transparency on paper might be excellent, but in reality it might not really be that great. So yes, transparency is fine, good, but you also know, not exactly something that you can implement 100%. Let me give you one more example. All of us, when we were in school, all of us read this important line, honesty is the best policy, right? All of us know this, honesty is the best policy. Now tell me, is there anyone who can say, sir, I have not lied even once in my entire life because I know honesty is the best policy? Can you say that? No, I have never lied in my life because honesty is the best policy. No. So saying something ideally it should be implemented is one thing, but to implement that 100% is not really true. Same goes with transparency as well. That yes, government should be transparent, but at the end of the day, it is not always that the government has to be transparent, because the government also has certain things that they would want to restrict from people. Now, India is not the only country to have such kind of a law. The RTI law that we talk about, India is not the only country to have this law. Most countries, at least most democratic countries around the world, have this kind of a law. They have their own versions of it. When I say this law, I mean the Right to Information Act. The Right to Information Act, which we will discuss in detail in just a bit, similar kind of an act exists in most parts of the world. It is a part of something called SDG 16. What is SDG 16? SDG stands for Sustainable Development Goals. SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. These are a set of 17 goals that nations around the world are trying to achieve by 2030. These are a set of 17 goals set by the UN that the nations around the world are trying to achieve by 2030. Goal number 16 is about right to information, that people around the world should have the right to information. That is why, as I said, most countries around the world, and not just India, have their own version of Right to Information Act. We have our own, but other countries also have this kind of a law. About 121 nations have adopted these kind of laws. 96 of them have this law specially written in their constitution as a constitutional right. In India, we don't have it as a part of our constitution, but we have passed a law for RTI in 2005. Now, let's come back to our government. Let's talk from Indian point of view. How do we ensure transparency and how does it work? How does the government ensure transparency in India? There are two ways mainly in which the government is expected to be transparent. One, proactive disclosure. Proactive means by itself. That means the government should by itself tell public all the information that we should know. For example, PIB. If you go to the PIB website, the government will tell you a lot of things. The government announcements, new government initiative, all of this is a part of the PIB. You will see in PIB a lot of these things have been written. However, there are some information that you will not get on PIB, especially if there is an information which the government thinks is not really ideal for them, and information which does not show government in a positive light. That information is usually not seen in the PIB. But PIB is an example of proactive disclosure, the government disclosing information by itself. Ideally, if we are living in an ideal world, no one should have to file an RTI because everything should be on PIB itself. That is the situation of an ideal world. But we are not living in an ideal world right now. That is why if you don't find an information on PIB or on government websites, you then have to opt for something called reactive disclosure. Reactive means where you ask a question and the government answers the question. Government answers the question. This is what RTI is, right to information. It gives the right to the citizens of India to ask questions to the public authorities. Before RTI was introduced, it was introduced in 2005, by the way. Before RTI became a law, only few people in India had the right to ask questions to the government. Who were these people? Let me repeat my question. Before RTI became a law in 2005, only few people in India had the right to ask questions to the government. Who were these people? Yes, Suhasini. Okay, Akula. Chaitanya, right? Shashank is saying media. Shashank, are you joking? Media asking questions? Oh, just kidding. Okay. Okay, a lot of you are giving the correct answer. So basically, MPs and MLAs. MPs and MLAs. In Indian polity, all of you know about something called the question hour. In Indian polity, when you read about parliament, you all read about the question hour, right? What happens in question hour? In question hour, the MPs, the MLAs, members of parliament or legislative assembly or the council, etc., they ask questions to the government and the government responds. So basically, before the RTI Act came into picture, only few people in India, the chosen representatives, that is the MPs, the MLAs, only they had the right to get information from the government. As common people, you, me, we did not have any right to ask questions to the government. That is what was changed after the RTI. That is how RTI actually became so important. It made people so powerful that for the first time, now common people, common citizens can even ask questions to the government. Now, where does this RTI law begin in India? If you want to go back to the genesis of the law, how India started the RTI law, the story goes back to 1986. In 1986, there was a Supreme Court case called Mr. Kulwal versus Jaipur Municipal Corporation case. This was a case where the Supreme Court for the first time said that in Article 19, people have been given freedom of speech and expression. But freedom of speech and expression should include right to information as well. How? Let me explain this to you. Please understand this. What do you mean by freedom of expression? Freedom of expression means you can express yourself either by writing, by saying something, by drawing something, by making a video, whatever. That is called an expression. As per the Supreme Court, if a person has to express himself or herself successfully, they can only express successfully if and only if they have the complete information with themselves. Without having proper, complete, adequate information, no one would be able to express themselves. That is why the Supreme Court had said that in Article 19, when people have been given freedom of speech and expression, right to information should also be given to them. That was the first time ever that in Indian context, in judiciary or the government, talked about right to information. So right to information story goes back to 1986, although the law was made much later on, but the story of right to information goes back to 1986. Now, was a law introduced by the government that most people have forgotten about in India. Most people have forgotten about it, but let me remind you. Before the government of India introduced Right to Information Act in 2005, we actually had a law in 2002, which people have forgotten about. That law was actually called Freedom of Information Act of 2002. This was our earlier version of RTI. Before the RTI Right to Information Act came in, we had this law called the Freedom of Information Act of 2002. It was a very similar kind of a law that you can ask questions to the government authorities, they will reply. But it was not a very strict law, meaning that if government authorities did not reply within some days, there was no action taken against them. You could not even file an appeal anywhere if you did not get a reply. It was just a very generic kind of an act, allowing people to ask questions to government, but it did not really give any concrete rights to people. That was our first version of RTI, called the Freedom of Information Act 2002. When the government realized it, that it was important, that it is actually not something that is working well, the government repealed it very soon. The government repealed it very soon. That was our first attempt to make an RTI kind of an act, but it was repealed soon. Why? Because of all the problems. Problems such as no time limit given for the appeals, no appellate authority. Where do you appeal if you do not get an answer? No separate authority made or no separate body was created to look into this law. All in all, it was a failed law, and that is why it was repealed. Because the government realized it is not really working well, so it had to be repealed. And then we had the law that exists even today. In 2005, the government of India introduced a law called the Right to Information Act, that is the RTI Act of 2005. Now, what is the act all about? What does it do? Let's see. In simple terms, Right to Information Act gives the citizens of India like you, like me, the right to ask questions. Ask questions to whom? Ask questions to public authorities. I'll tell you something from my memory. Again, since it is from my memory, it may be not exactly correct, but I remember I used to be in school when this law was introduced for the first time, 2005. And I clearly remember when the law was introduced, it was a big law. People were very happy because people thought that we will now use it. One of the first cases of RTI, one of the first, again, I'm not saying the first, one of the first. I still remember what was on the first case of RTI. I read it in the newspaper as a kid. So what happened was, there was a lady whose scooty, I think Activa it was stolen in Ghaziabad. Again, no reference to any state, but that's what I remember. So there was a girl, there was a lady whose scooty or Activa, I think, was stolen in Ghaziabad. So what happened was, she had filed an FIR. So she filed an FIR to the police officer, and the police officer, just like most other cases, did not really pay a lot of attention. FIR was filed, no investigation happened, etc. So this lady filed an RTI. What was the RTI about? The RTI that she had filed was, I want to know the status of investigation on my FIR. That was her RTI. That I want information about how much investigation has happened in my case in the FIR, what has the police done about it, and I want to get answers to those questions. Now, because it was one of the first ever RTIs filed, it became a big news. And there was so much pressure on that police guy that the Activa was given back to a lady within 7 days. Within 7 days of filing the RTI, actually she got the Activa back. So you know how powerful our police is, as you can see from this example. All they needed a slight push. So that push was given by the RTI. I am not saying that today also RTI would have the same impact. Unfortunately, today the RTI would not have or does not have the same impact, because that was one of the first cases of RTI. Now thousands and thousands of cases of RTI are pending. So that impact has gone out of the window. But I still clearly remember reading that in the paper and thinking, oh, this is such a great law. That is how the laws actually change over time. When it was first introduced, because the law actually had put a lot of pressure on the public authority. So when the FIR was filed or when the RTI was filed, it would be filed against or in respect to a certain department of the government. That department used to come under a lot of pressure that you have to give a response to this within a specific time period. But now the impact has not been the same, and we'll discuss that as well. Why is it that it has not been the same? We'll discuss about that as well. Now, let's start with the main features of the act. What does the act do? What is the law of RTI? How do you file an RTI? How do you get a response? I'll tell you everything. Also, by the way, in the last batch of governance that I took here, and I was discussing this RTI thing only, one of the students of the batch did file an RTI. And she, in fact, responded me on the email as well, the response that she got. So I'll show you that RTI as well. The RTI was filed by our student and the response that she got. So I'll tell you that as well. Okay, let's start. So first, in simple terms, all the citizens of India have the right to information. Meaning that a foreigner, non-Indian cannot file the RTI. The citizens can file the RTI. They have the right to information. Like you, like me, we have the right to get information. Now, what do you mean by information? There has to be a definition, right? What do you mean by information? When I say I can ask for information from the government, what information can I ask for? Government records, government documents, memos of the meetings, emails, opinion, advice given by certain officers, all these things come under definition of the word information. So when you ask for information, this is the information that you can expect. Circulars, sample papers, contracts given by the government, etc. All of these are a part of information. Those who don't know what is memos, let me tell you what memo is. Memo is kind of a short informal note. For example, let's say I'm sitting in one room. I want to pass on a message to an officer sitting in some other room. I will call a clerk. I will write something on a piece of paper. I'll tell the clerk, please give this piece of paper, a memo, to that official. That is called usually a memo. So memo is short, informal piece of information written somewhere. You just pass it on. That is called memo. Remember, we used to be in schools. There was a boring period going on, and we used to write something on a piece of paper that used to pass on from one person to the other person, third, fourth, fifth person. Those are memos. So memos is an informal way of communicating or passing on information. That is usually what memos are. So all these things, etc., come into what the memos are. All these things are a part of information. Logbook means order logbook. For example, what has the government ordered? If they are buying something, purchasing something, all that comes here. Now, the important part is, from whom can you ask for information? From whom can you ask for information? The law says you can ask for information from a public authority. Now, who exactly is a public authority? First, all the constitutional bodies are public authorities. So those which are constituted by the constitution. Second, All the statutory bodies are also public authorities. Public authorities means constitutional bodies made by the constitution. For example, UPSC, for example, CAG, for example, Election Commission of India, for example, Finance Commission. All these are constitutional bodies. All these are constitutional bodies. Statutory bodies which are made by the parliament passing a law. For example, National Human Rights Commission. For example, Lokpal. All these are examples of statutory bodies. TRAI, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. All of these are statutory bodies. Not just this, even executive bodies of the government. Even executive bodies. Executive bodies means the ones that are made or that have come into existence just by the order of the government. Government passed an order, this body was created. Nothing happened in the parliament, no changes in the constitution. The government passed an order, the body was created. It's an executive body. For example, Niti Aayog. So every government body is a public authority. Apart from that, there is another very interesting category. That is any NGO that is substantially financed by the government. Now, please listen to this very carefully. It says any NGO which is substantially financed by the government. Now, listen to this very carefully. First of all, there is no definition of the phrase substantially financed. Means how much finance is substantially financed, there is no clarity on that. For example, if the government gives 1 crore rupees to an NGO, is it substantially financed? Is it not? No clarity on that. So what is the definition of substantially financed? It depends from time to time. There is no clarity. That is one big problem of the RTI law. To which NGO can you ask question? To which NGO cannot ask question? There is no clarity. Second, why would a government give money to NGO? What do you think? Why would a government finance the NGO? Why would the government give money to the NGO? What do you think? Any idea? Any idea? Okay, let me give you an example. Nitesh is saying to convert black money into white. Nitesh, why would the government want to convert black money into white, man? Okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example so that you can actually understand. I'll give you examples of two very famous NGOs. So there are two very famous NGOs. NGO means non-governmental organizations. So there are two famous NGOs. Let me give you an example. There's an NGO called Pratham. Okay, now listen to this very carefully. There's an NGO called Pratham. Now, Pratham works in the field of education. They started in a very different manner. When Pratham actually started, what they did was Pratham published very low-cost storybooks for the children. So they published storybooks which everyone could afford, very interesting storybooks, very cheap in price, etc. Now what Pratham does is they publish a report called ASER report, ASER. What is ASER? ASER stands for Annual Survey of Education Report. They published this report called National Survey of Education Report. Tell me this. Do you remember reading these kind of headlines in the newspapers? 80% of children in class 5 cannot read ABCD. 90% of children in class 3 cannot do addition, subtraction. Have you read this ever? These kind of headlines in the newspapers. These headlines come in from which report? They come in from this ASER report only. So this ASER report actually gives all these kind of headlines to us. That these many children of class 5 cannot read, these many children of class 3 cannot write their own name, etc., etc. This is the ASER report. So Pratham is an NGO that publishes the ASER report, very famous report for education. Whenever the government of India makes any policy on education, they usually refer to this report. It is very important because this report has been considered as extremely balanced, very well authenticated. So the government also relies on this report. So what happens is, now that this kind of a report has become so important, government might give some money to Pratham to conduct this survey. This is an example of why government, or how government would finance an NGO. The government would tell the NGO, okay, you are doing a good job. Why not you go ahead and conduct this survey? That is one example. Then there is also one more example. For example, have you heard of an NGO called Akshay Kalpa? Have you heard of this NGO called Akshay Kalpa? No? Okay. Okay, I'll tell you what is Akshay Kalp. So Akshay Kalp, again, a very famous NGO. What it does is it feeds food to poor people. So poor people who are on the streets, who don't have anywhere to go, who have not even cleaned themselves for many days or many weeks, they bring them, they clean them up, they serve them food. So Akshay Kalp, again, a very famous NGO, gives a lot of help to a lot of people. Very famous NGO. You can see videos about that. So government might help them also, that okay, you are doing a good job, take this money as well, and you can serve the poor people. So this is an example. This is an example of how the government can actually, or may actually, finance certain NGOs. Now, it's not that every NGO will be financed by the government. Only a few NGOs are. The problem here is, which NGO will be under RTI, which will not be under RTI. There's no clarity on that. It only says substantially financed by the government. How much is substantially financed? No one knows. For example, let's say government of India has given 1 crore rupees to Pratham. Let's take a very random example. Let's say government of India has given 1 crore rupees to Pratham. Does it mean now you can file an RTI for Pratham as well? Doesn't mean you can ask questions to Pratham also. There is no clarity on that. Which NGO will be under RTI, which NGO will not be under RTI. That is a big problem, that substantially financed NGOs, no one really knows. Those who are cricket lovers in India would identify this logo, I'm very sure. This logo belongs to BCCI, right? Now, BCCI is Board of Control for Cricket in India. That is a full form, Board of Control for Cricket in India. Now, what is BCCI? BCCI is the body that controls cricket in India. As simple as that. See, there are some interesting exceptions in the RTI law. BCCI is one of those exceptions. BCCI is not a government body. Please understand something. Please understand something. Most of the sports bodies in India are government run and government regulated. Like the famous Wrestling Federation of India, that is so much in the news, Badminton Federation of India, Hockey Federation of India, all of these are government run bodies. They are formed by the government, they are run by the government, but not for cricket. In running of cricket, government doesn't have any control. There is a private company, you can say, registered under the Companies Act, called the BCCI, that runs cricket in India. So BCCI is not a government agency. It's not run by the government. It has no connection to the government, meaning except connection means Mr. Shah is the only connection, by the way. No other connection. Apart from that, the issue is BCCI doesn't take any money from the government. It is not controlled by the government. It is not formed by the government. However, BCCI is still under RTI. How did that happen? BCCI is still under RTI. Now, how are they under RTI? Let me try and explain this to you. So what happened was, and the story goes back to a few years. The story is related to what happened in the IPL. So a few years back, those who have been following IPL for many years would know this. If you have not been following it, don't worry, let me tell you. So basically what happened was, a few years back, there was a lot of corruption related news that was started coming out from the IPL. That there is corruption, there is betting, etc. that is happening in the IPL, people who have been making bets, match fixing. So Supreme Court of India made a committee to look into the working of IPL and the BCCI. That was famously called the Lodha Committee. Lodha Committee was formed by the Supreme Court. Justice Lodha was himself a retired Chief Justice of India. Lodha Committee was formed. This Lodha Committee then looked into the different types of issues. They looked into how exactly would cricket run in India, what is BCCI doing, what is IPL, and they suggested a lot of changes in the working of the BCCI, how the president should be elected, power of secretary, etc. All of that they suggested. Then one of the other things that they suggested was that BCCI should be under RTI as well. People should be allowed to ask questions to BCCI in the form of RTI. Now, BCCI obviously was not happy about that. They were not happy. They said, no, no, no. How can we come under RTI? We are not taking any money from the government. So, what was the argument given here? The argument given by the Supreme Court was number one, yes, BCCI is not a government entity. But if a cricketer plays from the BCCI, for example, let's say Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Sachin Tendulkar, MS Dhoni, whatever, whoever plays from BCCI, do you say BCCI is playing or do you say India is playing? When we just had the World Test Championship, do you say India is playing against Australia? Do you say BCCI is playing against the Australian Cricket Board? No. You say the word India. You say the country is playing, right? As simple as that. So if you are a private company, even then you are using the name of the country. As in, you are representing the country. That means that you have to be responsible to the people, number one. That was the first argument given. That when you actually go ahead and play cricket or your people play cricket, they're actually playing cricket on the name of India, not on the name of BCCI. First argument. Second argument given was that you have a monopoly in cricket. In private sector, there is no other agency that can claim that we also run cricket in India. There's only one BCCI. That is the second reason. Third reason, Supreme Court said that crores and crores of people in India follow cricket to the extent that they worship cricket and cricketers. When feelings of so many people are attached to one single entity, that entity has to be responsible to the people. If the entity knows that they have connection or they are representing so many people and their feelings, we cannot have a situation that that entity is not really responsible to the people. Because of all these reasons, BCCI is under RTI right now. So there are some exceptions like these as well. RTI is mainly for public authority. It is mainly for government bodies, government agencies, but it does have certain other bodies under it, including the BCCI, as we just saw. Arshdeep is saying repeat. Arshdeep, you have a BCCI contract, man. You want me to repeat this? Okay. So Arshdeep is asking me to repeat this. Let me repeat. So basically, first, BCCI, when their cricketers play, it's not that they are playing under the tag name of BCCI. They are playing under tag name of India as a country, number one. Second, they have monopoly over cricket in India. There is no other agency that runs cricket in India. If anyone wants to become a cricketer, for example, let's say you want to become a cricketer, there is no option for you but to play for BCCI. You cannot say, no, 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 I will choose something else. I will not play for BCCI. You will have to play for BCCI only because there's no other option. Third reason, feelings of crores and crores of people are attached to the sport, which is being run by one single agency. So you have to respect their feelings and you have to be accountable and responsible to them. Because of all of those reasons, BCCI is also under the RTI. As you can see here, BCCI is under the RTI. It has been made time and time again. It has been repeated time and time again. CIC, we'll discuss about CIC in just a bit. CIC is Central Information Commission. Central Information Commission. We'll discuss about that as well. CIC or Central Information Commission is the body in India responsible for implementing the RTI law. They are responsible for ensuring that the RTI law works properly. They are responsible for ensuring that there are any issues of the RTI law, they will have it resolved. Now, let's come to the process of it. How do you file an RTI? What exactly is the process? See, when RTI law was first introduced in 2005, it was not very easy to file an RTI because you had to go to the respective office, then you have to file a complaint in written form, and then you have to give the complaint. But now it has become much easier. Now you don't really have to go to the office. Everything can be done online, and I'll show you the portal as well. You can make a request online as well. It can be made in English, Hindi, or the official language of the state. So whichever state that you are in, whatever the official language is, you can use that as well. For generally, the fee is 10 rupees. There's a 10 rupee fee generally, but people belonging to, let's say, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, below poverty line, they don't have to pay a fee. So if you can upload the certificate that you are from SC, ST, below poverty line, etc., then you don't have to pay a fee. But if you are not from that category, you have to pay a 10 rupee fee. The interesting part is when you ask for information, you don't have to give any reason for the information. There is no information that you have to give, or there's no reason that you have to give. For example, let me give a very random example. What kind of RTI can you file? Let's assume you file an RTI about the new parliament building. Let's say you file an RTI that I want to know how many parking or how many cars can you park in the new parliament building, or I want to know how many air conditioners does the new parliament building have, or how much or how many rupees were spent in making of the new parliament building. Any of these kind of things, you can ask those without giving a reason. You don't have to tell why are you asking for this information. That is also a very interesting part of the law. This makes the law even better because now people can ask for information without thinking, oh, what reason will I give? You are curious, you can ask for information, no problem with that. This is how you can file it online. Go on Google and type RTI online and you will come to this portal. This is the online portal for RTI. See, one of the good things that has happened in the past couple of decades is that most of the government services have come online. Most of them. I'm not saying 100%, but most government services right now are online. So you just type on Google RTI online, you come to this portal. When you come to this portal, you have to make an account for yourself, make a new account, etc. If you come here, see here, it says submit request. This is where you can file the RTI. So to file an RTI, you go here, submit request. When you go to submit request, this is what you will get. This is what you will get. Now, look at this very carefully. Look at the first two questions. First question is, select the ministry or department. That is the first question. Select the ministry or the department. Second question is, select the public authority. Now listen to this very carefully. Let us assume that you had to ask this question about the parliament building. Let's make an assumption that you have a question. You want to ask the cost of the new parliament building. Okay. Now, let's say you don't know which department is responsible for that. You don't know which ministry built the parliament. You don't know which department is responsible for that. So who will you ask this question to? If you don't know who is responsible for building the parliament building, who is responsible for making this or calculating the cost, you don't know this. The best part, please listen to this carefully. The best part about filing the RTI is you can choose any random department or ministry if you don't know which is the ministry. You can choose any random ministry or department, doesn't really matter. That is again one of the best things about the law. You can choose railway ministry, you can choose Department of Space and ask about parliament, doesn't really matter. Because what the law says is every government department will have an officer called PIO. Listen to this carefully. Every government department will have an officer called PIO or APIO. Who is PIO? PIO is Public Information Officer. APIO is Assistant Public Information Officer. Every department has it. So, for example, let's assume that you chose Department of Space, Department of Nuclear Energy, Atomic Energy, whatever. And then you ask the question, what is the cost of the Parliament building? Doesn't really matter. This RTI will go to the PIO of the department where you have asked the question. If it is the wrong department that you have chosen, then it is the responsibility of that PIO to transfer the RTI to the correct department. Okay, it is not your responsibility. You filed the RTI, not a problem. After filing the RTI, even if it goes to the wrong department, they will have to transfer it to the correct department. There is only one thing that will happen. What will happen? The only thing that will happen is, usually RTI law says that your response, the RTI that you file, response should be given within 30 days, 30. Usually when you file the RTI, you will get a response within 30 days, 30, that is the law. However, if you file an RTI to the wrong department, let's say you had to file an RTI to Department of Railways, but you filed it to someone else, then you will get a reply within 35 days. So 5 more days will be taken. That is the only change that will happen, nothing else. So if you know the department or ministry, great, go ahead, select that. If you don't know the ministry or department, select any random ministry department, doesn't really matter. They will get you a response anyway. They will transfer it to the correct department. Then you have to file normal details, your name, gender, address, etc. This is what you have to file. This is the online RTI form. You have to give your email ID, etc. After that, this is not the full form. There are some other details, their email ID, etc., where you will get the response. As I said, in the last batch, one of our students in after this class only, in this class also, I will request you to go and file any random RTI so that you can know how it happens. So she filed an RTI last time around, and this was a reply that she got. So the student filed an RTI. This was her question. The question she asked was, and you can see the date also, November 2022. So the question that she asked was, what is the cost of Gaganyaan mission in the upcoming space mission of ISRO? What amount of input costs are sourced from Indian companies and how much is exported? So this was the response that was given to her. This was a response that was given to her. That is how it usually works. Okay. You can also go ahead, file an RTI if you want. That is entirely up to you, but that is how usually you get this. You get this in the emails, etc. You just have to give your email ID. Again, even now, if you want, you can go to the office to file a written RTI. That is also entirely up to you, but it depends. But I'll give you an example. So I filed a couple of RTI. I think I filed 3 RTIs so far. I'll tell you what about my RTI is what I have filed. The first RTI I filed was, I think, many years ago. So many years ago, when Modi government first came to power in 2014, they started a new scheme. Have you heard about this? They started something called the Give Up scheme. Remember? Or have you heard about this Give Up scheme? Okay. Okay, I'll tell you what that scheme was. I'll tell you what that scheme was. So basically what happened was, so this scheme was, earlier you used to get a lot of subsidy on your uh, cooking cylinders. Now that subsidy has almost gone. It has almost gone to zero now. But earlier, the LPG's gas cylinders that you use for cooking, it used to come at a subsidized price. So what the government did was, government started this scheme called the Give Up scheme. The Give Up scheme was, government asked people who are rich or who can afford to buy a cylinder without even a subsidy. So it was not a compulsory scheme, it was just an initiative from the side of the government asking the people or making an appeal to the people that if you can afford to pay the full price for the cylinder, please do that. so that the government's burden can come down and you can buy price at the full gas at the full price. That was a give up scheme. So what I did was, I think it was 2015 or 16 that I filed the RTI. I'll have to check my mail. I can tell you the date after that. So I filed an RTI. That RTI that I filed was, I wanted to know the list of members of parliament who have given up their subsidy. That was my RTI. That I want to know the list of those members of parliament who have who have given up their subsidy. The response I got was that we don't maintain a separate list for members of parliament for this scheme. Full stop. So they did not give any complete information. They just said we do not maintain a separate list for this specifically. That is what the response I got. So not all RTIs will give you the exact response. Some RTIs will give you the exact response. Some RTIs will not. I filed another RTI a couple of years back when India was going through the COVID-19 wave, the second wave. I filed an RTI asking how many ventilators have been imported from which countries and at what cost. So I did file an RTI. I did get a reply from that about how many ventilators have been imported from different countries, and also said it's an ongoing process. The government is still procuring more ventilators. So again, these are different types of RTIs that you can get. I also have a question. Many people are asking, can I file an RTI for state governments? Yes. See, public authorities come, or the definition of public authorities include the state authorities as well. So even if you have a question to your state authorities, you can file RTIs in your state authorities as well. It's not that the RTI only has to be for the government. It can be for the state as well. It does not have to be for the government of India. For the state, for local authorities, all of that is included. All of these are things that you can file under RTI. Now, let's listen to this very carefully. You file an RTI. Once you file an RTI, you will get a response in 30 days. Now, listen to this very carefully. You file an RTI, you should get a response within 30 days. However, let's assume two situations. Please listen to this carefully. Let's assume two situations. One situation, you get no reply in 30 days, right? Let's assume you get no reply within 30 days. Or you get an incomplete or wrong reply. Incomplete or wrong response. Right? Any of the two things can happen. You either get no reply, or you get incomplete reply, or no response. Then what do you do? In that case, what you can do is you can file the first appeal. You can file the first appeal. I'll just take you back. See here, what does it say? Submit first appeal. Do you see this? The third option here, submit first appeal. This option is for those who are not happy with the reply that they got, or they did not get a reply. Then you can file here. You can go ahead with the first appeal. Now, when you file the first appeal, who does it go to? It goes to same department but senior officials. In the same department, some senior official will get the RTI, then they will have to file the response. This is the first appeal. For first appeal, is there a time limit? Yes. For first appeal also, there is a time limit. 45 days is a time limit that you get. Within 45 days, you should get the response. Now, let's assume after the first appeal also, you did not get a response. Let's assume after the first appeal also, you don't get a response. It can happen. Then what do? Then you file the second appeal. Then you file the second appeal. In the second appeal, where does it go? The second appeal goes to Central Information Commission. Second appeal goes to Central Information Commission. We will discuss about Central Information Commission in just a bit. Central Information Commission is a statutory body that was created in the RTI law only. The responsibility of the commission is to ensure that the RTI law works properly. If the government is hiding some information, they will ask the government to release that in proper information. Now, what is the problem here? The problem here is in the second appeal, there is no time limit. In the second appeal, there is no time limit. First problem. Second big problem with the second appeal, you have to understand that the CIC, Central Information Commission, does not have a lot of powers. For example, let's assume Central Information Commission asks the government of India to give information about a certain RTI. The government might still say, no, we will not give it to you. So they don't have a lot of they don't have a lot of powers here. This remains a problem. Also, second appeal cannot be filed on the same website. If you see this portal, there is no option for second appeal, right? So what do? For second appeal, you have to go to website of Central Information Commission. For second appeal, you have to go to the Central Information Commission website. They are the ones who will look in, they are the ones where you can submit the second appeal. First appeal can be submitted here, but second appeal has to be submitted there. That is usually how this law of the RTI works. 30 days, the first response. If you don't get it, you're not happy with it, file the first appeal. Same department, senior will official will handle. Now, within 45 days, you will get the response. Doesn't matter if you don't get a response, you go to second appeal, that will go to Central Information Commission. They will decide if the information has to be given or not. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. There's a famous author. I don't know how many of you have heard. Have you heard of this author called S.K. Dhar? Have you heard of this author? S.K. Have you ever heard the name? No? Or I think not no, not Dhar Commission, not Dhar Commission, not Dhar Commission. I think not SK, some other Dhar. I don't remember. I'll check what the first name was. The author's second name is Dhar. So he has written a few interesting books. So one of the books that he has written, and so this is a real story. He has written two books, and I've read both of them, so I can tell you. So he written two books. First book that he wrote was about the death and the mystery of Subhash Chandra Bose. That was the first book he wrote about the history of Subhash Chandra Bose and how he died, etc. Then the second book that he wrote, second book's title was Your Prime Minister is Dead. Second book's title was Your Prime Minister is Dead. And that second book was on the death of Lal Bahadur Shastri. Yeah, Anuj Dhar, yeah. Thank you, Harsh and Karan Shu. Yeah, Anuj Dhar, sorry. Anuj Dhar was the name. So he has written a couple of books. A book on Lal Bahadur Shastri is Dead and a book on the death of Subhash Chandra Bose. So what happened was, why I'm giving you this example, listen to this very carefully. So when he was writing the book about the death of Subhash Chandra Bose, there are still documents related to the death of Subhash Chandra Bose which are still not revealed by the government of India. There are still many secret documents about the death of Subhash Chandra Bose. What did the government do about it? Photos, etc. of that. Who was behind that? Because you all know there is a long history for that. Many people believe that Subhash Chandra Bose did not die in the plane crash. Many people thought that no, he still lived after that as someone called Gumnami Baba. So there are many stories, there's a lot of mystery about that, the death of Subhash Chandra Bose, and I'm sure all of you would have heard about these mysteries. So what happened was, when he was writing this book, he filed an RTI to the government of India to release those documents about the death of Subhash Chandra Bose. The government of India said no, this is a secret, we cannot release these documents. So he filed an appeal, nothing happened. He filed a second appeal again. The second appeal was heard by the Central Information Commission. Central Information Commission invited him to their office. He went to the office of commission, and there was a government representative also who came there. Both the sides made their argument that why should we get the file or why should we not get the file. In the end, CIC said, okay, we will not allow or we will not force the government to release this information to you. That is how the CIC worked. I'm not saying in every case CIC will work in the same manner. I'm not saying CIC in every case will invite you to their office, invite someone from the government also. But that is a real example of how CIC worked in that case. When Anudhar wanted information about the death of Subhash Chandra Bose and the files on the government, it was denied to him. So it's not that at every single time you will get a response. The government may not give the response, and it might happen in different ways. Now, as I said, information is to be given within 30 days. There is one exception. That exception is if someone's life or liberty is involved, then within 48 hours you will get the response. If on based on your RTI someone's life or personal liberty is dependent, then you will get a response within 48 hours. Let me give you an example of this also so that you can understand better. When you make a hospital, listen to this very carefully. Let's say you want to build a huge hospital. What happens is when you build a huge hospital, you require a lot of land for that. You can go to the state governments, tell the state government, I am building a hospital, it is for the public's good. So please give me some land, because the governments always have a lot of land with themselves. They can give land either for free or they can give land at a subsidized price, etc. So let's assume you go to the government, your state government, you tell the government, I'm making a big hospital, please give me some land. So government will say, okay, we are giving you cheap land or free land or whatever. But in return, what do you have to do? In return, you will have to reserve certain beds in your hospital for the economically poor section of the society. That is EWS. Understood? You want to open up the hospital, you go to the doctor, you go to government, you ask for land, they will tell we give you the land, but in return what we have to do is we have to make sure, or you have to make sure that you reserve certain beds in the hospital for poor people only, not give it to everyone. Understood? So now this story, and this is a real story, this story is of Delhi. So Delhi has a big neurological hospital. I'm forgetting the name. There's a big neurological hospital in Delhi where there was a patient who had a spinal problem, very big spinal problem. This patient, a poor guy, goes to this hospital. The hospital denies him the bed. The hospital says, no, 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 we don't have any empty bed in the EWS category. They say, for example, they say that out of the 100 beds in total, 25 beds are reserved for EWS, but all of those are filled and we cannot give you an admission. So now this person files an RTI. This person says, I want to know whether the beds are occupied or empty. So now when this RTI goes in, that RTI is an RTI based on which someone's life or liberty is dependent. The person's life is dependent on the RTI in the response, right? So that RTI, the response has to be given within 48 hours. That's an example of how the 48-hour things works. If you are filing such an RTI, then you have to submit proof that yes, your life depends on that. Only then the response will be within 48 hours. So the responsibility of proving that your life depends on it, your liberty depends on it, is on the applicant who is filing the application. You will have to prove that yes, my life is dependent on that. So within 48 hours, you will get the response. That is how it works. As I said earlier as well, if you choose a wrong department, if you choose a wrong ministry to file an RTI, you will still get a response. The only difference is now you will get a response within 35 days and not 30 days. You can get a response within 35 days and not 30 days, because 5 days will be taken for the APIO, that is the Assistant Public Information Officer, to transfer your RTI to the correct department. Again, this is the maximum time period. For example, when I filed the RTI, in both the times, I got the RTI response within about 10 to 12 days. So this is the maximum time period. This is not the time period that will always be taken. This is the maximum time period that will be taken. This is how the RTI law usually works. Now, under the RTI law, what exactly are the rights that are given to the citizens? How do you file an RTI? We have discussed that. What are different types of laws? First, you have the right, you have the power to choose your medium of request. Medium of request means you want to file the RTI offline or you want to file the RTI online. You decide that. If you want, you can file the RTI online. If you want, you can file it offline. It depends entirely upon you. You have this freedom. Second, you choose a language of request. We just discussed it can be English, it can be Hindi, or it can be your state's official language. Whatever the official language of your state may be, that can also be chosen. You don't have to give a reason. We discuss about that as well. You don't have to tell why is it that you're asking a question. That is entirely fine. Then all the fees is waived off for below poverty line. You have to give a proof. You have to submit a proof that you're below poverty line only and only then. In that case, you will not have to pay the 10 rupee fee. Then, if your RTI is rejected, see, for some reasons, your RTI may be rejected as well. For example, let's assume that you filed an RTI. The government will say that we will not give you this information. If the government rejects it, the government will tell you the reasons for rejection. The reasons can be anything. The reasons, for example, can be about that it is a official secret of the government, or it is a national interest secret, or the information is still confidential, or this is a personal information. All of this can be a reason for denying information, but you will be told about the reason why the RTI is being denied. Then, making of complaint, that is the second appeal, can be filed to CIC, that is the Central Information Commission, as we discussed. Or if your RTI is against a state official, then your second appeal will go to State Information Commission. So State Information Commission, Central Information Commission, both of these things, both of these authorities have been made to ensure that they will have or handle appeals that are made against the RTI order. Before I go ahead, let me take up a few questions that have been given to me, and then we'll go ahead. One question I have is from SS. What if life involved but chose the wrong department? What is the time limit? So SS, if you choose the wrong department, 5 days will be added. If the life is dependent on that, then 48 hours plus 5 days means 7 days. If life is not dependent, then 30 days plus 5 days. So if you choose the wrong department, 5 days will have to be added. Meenakshi is saying, can we file RTI regarding Niti Aayog? Yes. Niti Aayog is an executive body. You can. Then Shashank is asking, could you please explain here only public authority, anything that comes under the meaning of state? See, only public authorities, but when you see the definition of the word state, all the public authorities come under definition of the word state. You tell me the difference between definition of a state under article number 12 and the public authorities. All of these are the same only. In fact, when you see public authorities, it also includes those NGOs that might not be called as state, which are substantially financed by the government. So mostly they are the same. Yes, Akula, separate websites are maintained by state governments. Every state has their own state information commission. They have their own website. Central Information Commission have their own website. So these are two different things. I'll tell you one more thing. I'll tell you one more thing from my personal experience, and listen to this very carefully. See, the way that the laws work on paper, unfortunately, are very different from the laws that actually work in real life. It's very unfortunate, but that is the case. The laws on paper are different. The laws that work in real life are different. I'll give you an example, and listen to this example very, very carefully so that you can understand what I'm talking about. So, this is an example of a very close friend of mine. This person, that the close friend of mine, belongs to a city, and I'll not tell you the name of the city or the name of the state, so that you don't really make judgments. So, this person belongs to, let's say, a city called X, and the state is Y. Now, what happened was they have been living in that city, their own house for many years. All of a sudden, they got a notice from the municipality that your house is built on an illegal land where there used to be a water body. There used to be a pond in this area, and the pond was filled up by you illegally. You have made a house here, so you vacate the house. We'll have to basically tear apart the house. We'll tear it down, and you will have to remove yourself. You'll have to go away from here. So what happened was they hired a lawyer. They thought that how is it possible? We have been living here for so many years. All of a sudden, how can the government file an appeal or send us a letter saying that no, 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 you have to vacate your house? So what happened was they filed an appeal in the district court. Nothing happened. Then they filed an appeal in the high court of the state as well. Nothing really happened. All of them sided with the government. They did not listen to the family. So what happened was now the reason why it was being done was that the NGT, National Green Tribunal, you might have heard of it, National Green Tribunal or the NGT had actually filed an appeal or actually given an order a few weeks back. The order was every state government is ordered that all the ponds, all the water bodies in your area which earlier used to exist, which don't exist now, all of those will have to be reclaimed. Reclaimed means you have to again turn them into water bodies. That was the order given by the NGT. So the government said that we are just complying with that order. Now, what happened was this friend of mine, who's a very close friend of mine, whose house is in question, this friend filed an RTI. The RTI that was filed by my friend was that give me the development plan of my city. So every city, most of the cities have a development plan. Development plan means there will be a big map of the city where it will be written in which place is there a water body, in which place would there be a construction, in which place offices will be allowed, in which place road will be built, etc., etc. So he asked for an development plan of the city of 20, 30 years back. In that plan, when he got the RTI, in that plan, there was no pond at the place where their house is right now. So they said that now the government itself in their RTI has actually said that no, there is no pond here. This matter went to the Supreme Court because in High Court also their side was not being heard, so they went to the Supreme Court. And this Supreme Court hearing happened during the COVID-19 crisis. In COVID-19, as you know, Supreme Court was hearing the matters on Zoom. There were online hearings that were happening. So in the Supreme Court, when this matter started, in the Supreme Court, my friend's family submitted the RTI reply that showed that, see, the government RTI itself says there was no bond here. The government map itself says there was no bond here. What did the government say? The state government said in the Supreme Court that we don't trust the RTI reply. The RTI reply given by their own officials. They said that no, 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 we don't trust the RTI reply. It can be wrong also. Now, the question is, if the government itself is saying that the RTI law or the RTI reply may be wrong, we don't trust it, then how can the common people trust the RTI law? That the information given under the RTI is correct. If you're asking me, sir, what is a solution to this problem? There is no solution to this problem so far. I'm just telling you a fact of how the laws on paper can be very different as compared to the laws that we have in real life. In real life, the laws can be very different. However, on the other hand, on paper, the laws can be very different. For our examination point of view, you have to focus on what is the law on paper. Once you become the IAS officer, then you can go ahead and change the laws on ground. You will have the power to do that. You'll have the power to decide how the laws will be implemented. But at least for now, focus on what is the law on paper right now. Those who are asking what the Supreme Court verdict, Supreme Court case is still pending. Supreme Court dismissed the matter in about few minutes, and they said to the government, then give us the correct map. If this is not the correct map, then what is the correct map? Give it to us. And the date has never come after that. So it is actually something that is still pending in the Supreme Court. The matter is still going on. And okay, I'll tell you, I'll tell you the name of the city and the state. So the name of the city is Gorakhpur, and the state you can know now. So the city is Gorakhpur that I'm talking about, and the state, you know what the state is. So basically, this is a matter that is still going on in the Supreme Court because it's a very close friend of mine. So I have personally seen what the RTI was, I personally seen what the map was, how the response came in. But again, as I said, it's very different of how the laws are on paper and how the laws are implemented. But again, please understand, for the examination point of view, you only have to focus, at least for now, of the laws on paper. On paper, how the laws work, does the law say. If the implementation is not correct, you don't have to be concerned with that for now. You become an IAS officer, you become the collector, the DM, then you decide how the law will work. That depends entirely upon you. Priyanka is asking on how many times a person can file RTI. Priyanka, there is no restriction on how many times you can file the RTI. Go and file RTI in whatever times or how many times that you want. Anyway, so what is the obligation on the public authorities in order to ensure that the RTI law is properly followed? What is the responsibility of the public authorities? What are they supposed to do? First responsibility, they have to maintain their records in such a way that they can actually give out information as soon as possible. Has any one of you had this privilege to go to a government office where the files are lined up in such a manner that even if one file moves, you will get under the file and you will not be able to breathe? Have you had the privilege to go to RTO? Have you had the privilege to go to those offices where there are files over files over files over files? Now, if you have had the privilege, just imagine if someone asked information from you about something that happened in 1995. Which file will come up, how the file will be revealed, what information will be inside of it. It is a reality that many of the government records, many of the government files are destroyed. Why? Because of the rats and the mouse. Do you know that? It is so common. Let's say there was a lot of rainfall, water started to come into the file room, all the files were floating into water. All this is a reality. It's not that it has not happened, it is a reality. In fact, I'll give you another interesting trivia piece. Do you know there are certain, listen to this carefully, do you know there are certain states PCS, like the PCS exam that you give at the state level, there are certain state PCS who have not revealed their results some years back because there was so much flood apparently that all the answer sheets got wiped out. All the answer sheets were flooded. Do you know that? It happens. Now, I don't know how it happened, how did it not, but it happens. Also, also, let's say, let's say the police raided an office or raided a party and they got 100 kg drugs. This is all a reality. Listen to this carefully. Let's the police raided an office, a criminal, they got 100 kg drugs. When they will present it to the court, they will say, sir, only 60 kg is left. Why? Sir, remaining 40 kg was eaten by the rats in our office. We had kept it in our godown. Our godown has a lot of these rats, so they came and ate it, sir. We don't have the remaining ones. Now, you can't go and catch the rats. Anyways, after eating 40 kg of drugs, the rats will be running at such a speed you can't even catch them. So basically, because the remaining 40 kg can actually be sold for crores and crores of rupees in the market, this is a very common practice. It's a very common practice. So it is the responsibility of the departments also to at least maintain the records, computerize them as much as possible, so that at the end of the day, they can actually get the information to the public as soon as possible. All this has to be the responsibility of the public authorities because, see, government data is humongous. Government, you can never imagine what people may ask. They can ask any random question of 20, 30 years back. How will the government get that record? It's not as easy as control F on a Word document and find the answer. Government records can be spread anywhere. So the government authorities have to keep all their records, the duty, etc. catalog. And again, you can see these when you go to a government office. You go to RTO for your licensing purposes. You go to post offices. The worst of all will be the land revenue. You go to land revenue, the office of tehsildar, etc. When you have to get a registry of your flat, or you have to transfer ownership. These are the offices where you will see all these files stacked up one over the other, thousands and thousands of files. The other responsibility, listen to this carefully. Why should you even have to spend 10 rupees? To file an RTI, why should a citizen even have to spend 10 rupees to get information? 10 rupees may not be a big amount, but why even spend 10 rupees? It should be the responsibility of the authorities to publish all the information by themselves rather than waiting for someone to file an RTI. You have the PIB, why don't you publish all the information there? Why is it that the government will only publish information which makes the government look good on the PIB? All the information that makes the government look bad, that information is never on the PIB. So public authorities under the RTI law, it was not that the RTI law said that everyone should file an RTI. The RTI law was that the government should take up the responsibility to publish as much information as possible. Publishing more information will automatically make sure that people do not have to file the RTI time and time again by spending even 10 rupees, because spending even 10 rupees is not justified to get information from your own government. But unfortunately, that has not happened. As I said, give as much data as possible, suo moto. You all know what suo moto is? Suo moto means by itself. Rather than waiting for people to ask questions, by itself, you should actually go ahead and release information as much as possible to the common public. Not just this, every department should have their own public information officers. Who are the public information officers? The public information officer, as I said, is an officer who would be responsible for taking the RTI and then ensuring that the answer is given. As I told you, every government department has to have a public information officer, or it can also be APIO, Assistant Public Information Officer. It can be PIO or it can be APIO as well, Assistant Public Information Officer. The other part that we discussed, if a wrong request has come to your department, it is a PIO or APIO's responsibility to transfer it to the correct department within 5 days of the receipt. So that from 30, the maximum time period should only go to 35 days and not more than that. The appeal part, as I said, there were 2 appeals. First appeal will go to the same department, just a senior official. That will be replied within 45 days. Then the second appeal will be to the Information Commission. The second appeal does not have time limit. There is no time limit to the second appeal, but the second appeal can also be filed. Now, let me ask you this question. Let's assume that you file a second appeal to the Central Information Commission. Even they did not take any action. Now, can you go to Supreme Court? Will the Supreme Court do something? What do you think? Let's say you go to the CIC, even they did not take any action. Now what do? Do you go to Supreme Court? Can they do something? Okay, let me tell you what happened. So basically what happened a few years back, there was this case. A few years back, from the CIC, the person did not get a good response. The person went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court said we cannot do anything. Supreme Court said that no, the RTI law clearly says that the responsibility of ensuring that the law works properly, the responsibility of ensuring that the people get the response under the RTI law is with the CIC. We will not interfere. So at least for now, the Supreme Court has stayed out of it. Supreme Court has said that we will not interfere. We will allow the Central Information Commission to run the law to make sure that under the law the people get the information. We will not interfere. That is the present status. In the future, they might interfere. No one knows, because again, the Supreme Court has a lot of power. They have their own days. In some days, they may be in the mood to interfere. In some days, they may not be in the mood to interfere. But at least so far, they have not been in that mood to interfere. Okay. One more question very quickly. A couple of people have asked, this is a part of Article 19, then why is it that the Supreme Court is not coming in? See, in 1986, when the Supreme Court said that right to information should be a part of right to expression, it has not been explicitly mentioned since then. Since 2005 RTI Act was introduced, the Supreme Court has not specifically mentioned, like for example, for right to privacy or right to marriage, Supreme Court has specifically mentioned that these are part of fundamental rights. So you can go against them to Supreme Court of India. But ever since the RTI Act has came in, they have not specifically mentioned explicitly saying that RTI will also be a part of the fundamental rights. Unless that happens, you cannot go to Supreme Court against it. So you'll have to see whether the Supreme Court comes in with that kind of a argument. If they do, then yes. But at least for now, as I said, for now, the present status is the Supreme Court has not interfered. And I'm repeating it. Tomorrow, if the Supreme Court does interfere, please don't blame me. Because in the name of judicial activism, in the name of Article 142, Supreme Court can interfere in anything. So far, they have not. I don't know the future. I can't predict the future. So again, if they start to interfere tomorrow, maybe they will. I can only tell you the present status so far. This is the present status. They have not interfered so far in any of these cases. They might interfere later on. Those who are asking about a break, we will take a break in just 5-7 minutes. Don't worry. We will take a break. Give me 5-7 minutes. We will take a break. Now, the Central Information Commission. The RTI law also created a statutory body called the Central Information Commission. The idea is simple. Central Information Commission is responsible for implementing the law properly. They are the ones who will look into the second appeal. They are the ones who will make sure that the departments of the government are properly implementing the law. They are the ones who will make sure that that action is taken against those officials who are not giving proper responses on purpose. This is the responsibility of the Central Information Commission. It is a statutory body. This commission is supposed to have a chief information commissioner as the head and maximum 10 information commissioner. IC means information commissioners. So one chief information commissioner and maximum of 10 information commissioners. This is the composition of the Central Information Commission, 1 plus 10. However, on paper, the composition may be 1 plus 10, but in reality, almost never you will see 10 information commissioners. Almost never. Like right now, this is the status. Right now, we have the Central Information Commission, Mr. Y.K. Sinha, and we have 5 people working as information commissioners. Usually, you will always see that there are some vacancies or the other at the level of information commissioners. One of the reasons also is, as the law has progressed over the years, governments have also tried to weaken the law. The governments have tried to weaken the law time and time again. We will discuss about why the government is weakening the law, what is the purpose behind it. Let's take a 15-minute break. Let's come back. 8:05, don't be late, and we'll resume from here. We'll discuss why the government doesn't want a very strong kind of a law. Be back at 8:05, we'll resume from here. Thank you so much. Oops, sorry, not PM. That will be too long of a break. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. I hope all of you are back after a short break. Hi. Okay. Till others join in, let me answer a few questions that have been given to me so far. Let me see. Okay. SS has a question. Is there any known cases of RTI? Answer is that files information not available because rats eaten the file or something like that. Yes, there has been a case. If you Google, you'll get to know. In 2017, there was a case that a person wanted information about certain files of an officer, and maybe the officer would have not been extremely transparent with the working. So the argument given by the officer for not giving the information was that files are missing. That was the argument given. They said that maybe rat ate the files or it was burned in fire, but there have been some examples where RTI responses have not been given. Files are missing due to various reasons. Okay, then I have a question. Just a second. Yeah. Then I have a question from Amrit. Can't Supreme Court exercise judicial activism in such case? Amrit, as I said earlier as well, I can only tell you what has happened so far. So far, they have not exercised their jurisdiction. In the future, if they want to, they can. And if they do, we'll let you know. But at least for now, they have not done that. Lakshmi is saying, what will happen to your friend disputed land? That is still a case pending in the court. They're still living in the same house. If there's an update in the next 10 days when we are together for governance batch, I'll let you know. But there's no update so far. Maybe I'll text him today and ask him what is the response. Mrityunjay is saying that means we can't use the RTI as verified document and hence cannot use it in court as proof. Mrityunjay, no. As I said, that is one case in which it happened. That was a government side. That was the argument given by the UP government that RTI we cannot believe. It doesn't mean that it is dismissed as a proof. It really depends on case to case basis. Misbah, yes, you can file RTI against any government authority at any level. It can be at the local level, village level, anything. Priyanka is saying UPSC can ask question about key provision of RTI. Yes, they can, Priyanka, and we will discuss about what questions can be asked in a bit. Once we complete the topic, we will be discussing questions as well. Don't worry. Then I have Ganesh is saying, is DM as a PTI? PTI, I'm not sure what PTI is. If you mean public authority, yes. Anyone working for the government in their official capacity, they will be a public authority only. Varman is saying, do every department have their own PIO and we can submit RTI physically there? Yes, Varman, you can. Every department has a PIO. Okay, so these were the questions given to me. Perfect. Let's go ahead then. So we were last at this point where we were discussing how the Central Information Commission is formed, who are the members. We have not completed the topic. So your questions about their appointment, removal, tenure, please wait for that. Let's go ahead. We will discuss each of these things. Also, the RTI law is not over. We will discuss a lot more things about RTI law. Don't worry, right? We have a lot of other things to study. Now, as I said, Central Information Commission can have a chief information commissioner and maximum of 10 information commissioners from time to time. However, we have never seen all these 10 posts filled. Right now, also, as you can see, only 5 information commissioners are appointed and 1 chief information commissioner. That means 5 posts of information commissioners are still vacant. Now, the question also is, why does this happen? Why is it that the government would not appoint other people? One of the reasons is, look at it from the government's point of view. As we discussed in the very beginning of the chapter, would any government want to be extremely transparent? Would any government want that a lot of their information goes out to the public? Not really. Every government has something to hide. They can't just take back the law, because what will people say? People will criticize the government that government is taking back the law. So rather than taking back a law that would run against the government or that would hold the government accountable, what most governments do is they keep the law, but they run it in such a way that it becomes a very weak law. And the same has happened with the RTI law as well. It has become very weak over the years. I'll tell you some other examples as we go ahead, how the RTI law has become weaker. One of the examples of the RTI law becoming weaker is the appointment or non-appointment, I should say, of most of the information commissioner officers. Right now, there are thousands and thousands of RTI that are pending because there are just not enough people to work at the highest level. Also, before I forget, I have to remind you here. I've been told your last batch that was completed on Saturday, you will get a feedback form for that. Please take out some time to fill up that feedback form. It's important so that we get to know about how the classes went. What did you think about those classes? So the feedback form that you will get, please do fill for the last batch that ended on Friday. Okay. Now coming back to how the appointments of the Central Information Commission happens, who are the people behind the appointment? Now, as you know, the appointments are done by the President of India. The President of India appoints a person on the recommendation of a three-member committee. So there will be three members in the committee headed by the Prime Minister. Prime Minister will be the head of the committee. Second person will be the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha. And the third person will be a cabinet minister nominated by the Prime Minister. So Prime Minister can nominate any one of his cabinet ministers. It can be home, defense, finance, whatever. These are the three people, as you can see. Majority of the government, two people from the side of the government, one from the opposition. So obviously, whoever the government wants will be the one whose name will be given to the president, and the president will appoint that person. Now, what are the qualifications? There are a couple of things. First, the person should be of eminence in public life, having wide knowledge and experience in the field of law, science, technology, social service, journalism, etc. Now, please listen to this very carefully. Whenever the governments make a law in which they actually write these kind of eligibility criteria, very long, very generic kind of a thing, it means that the government, in most of the cases, would appoint their own IAS or these kind of officers. Let me repeat. Whenever you have these kind of very long generic eligibility criteria, you will see that most people appointed to these posts are IAS officers, IRS officers, etc. The government usually ensures that officers which are close to the government are appointed here. Also, they cannot be MP or MLA. They cannot hold any office or profit. They cannot be connected to any political party, or they cannot have their own other business or profession. This is usually how the governments would appoint the people. Again, this is just a generic trend. It can be others as well. Any officers that the government thinks it is close to them, the government can appoint that person. But this is the eligibility criteria that has been put for appointment of the Central Information Commission and the Information Commissioners. Now, their tenure, what is the retirement age? This is also important. The RTI law was amended in the year 2019. Please remember this. RTI law was amended in the year 2019. When the amendment happened, it brought a lot of criticism to the government. The government made some very interesting changes to the working of the Central Information Commission. There were two main changes. Please remember this. In the amendment, there were two big changes that were introduced. What were the two big changes? First big change was in tenure. Tenure from 5 to 3 years, it was reduced. Tenure used to be 5 years, it was now 3 years. Other thing that was changed was salary. Earlier, the salary of Chief Information Commissioner was equal to salary of Chief Election Commissioner. Means, if the salary of Chief Election Commissioner increased, then the salary of CIC would automatically increase. And the salary of information commissioners was equal to salary of other election commissioners. That was earlier. Now, after the change, what has happened? Salary of Central Information Commissioner is now 2.5 lakh per month. And for information commissioners, it is 2.25 lakh per month. So government has actually removed them or decoupled them from election commission. These are the two big changes that happened in 2019. First, the tenure part from 5 years to 3 years. Let's focus on tenure first. It is very well known around the entire world and not just India. If any government wants to cut down on the powers of any authority, the easiest way to do that is to reduce their tenure. By far the easiest way. If you reduce the tenure of any officer, you will automatically reduce their power. Why am I saying that? When a person comes to these kind of positions, what they do is they will have to take some time to understand their work and their power. Most of the officers take many months or even a year just to understand what is their role, what are their powers. Then when they start to work, when they try to make some changes, it takes a lot of time. Giving some just 3 years is just not enough. That is why you will see in foreign countries, most of the officers at higher levels get a very long tenure. I'll give you an example. In India, CAG has a 6 year tenure. In most countries, CAG has a 9 year tenure. Most countries, when it comes to appointing these important officers, give them a very long tenure, 9 years, 10 years, even 12, 15 years in certain cases. But in India, when you cut down the tenure, you are actually cutting down the power first. Similar is the case with the salary part. Earlier, when the salary of election commissioner increased, their salary also increased. Now the government says we cannot do that. Why? They are saying that the election commissioners are very important. They are constitutional positions. Their salary cannot be the same as information commissioners. This amendment that was introduced in 2019 got a lot of criticism. People said that government doesn't want the election information commissioners to be powerful, but the government did not really say anything. Also, they are not eligible for reappointment, means once their tenure is over, they cannot have another tenure. They will not have reappointment at the same post. How are they removed? Now, in Indian polity, you would have read removal process of a lot of different bodies. How are the people removed? Let me give you a suggestion. My suggestion is, rather than trying to remember all the removals, just remember removal of two offices, just two. One, Supreme Court judge removal, and other, remember the removal of UPSC members. If you remember these two removal processes, this will cover almost everything. I'll tell you how. Supreme Court judge removal process is the same as High Court judge removal. It is the same as removal of CAG, Comptroller Auditor General. It is the same as removal of Chief Election Commissioner. All these are removed in exactly the same manner. Similarly, when it comes to removal of UPSC members, in the same manner CIC is removed, in the same manner CVC will be removed, in the same manner Lokpal will be removed, in the same manner National Human Rights Commission will be removed. All of these are removed in the same manner. So if you remember just two, you are good to go. You don't have to focus on a lot of others. Like, this process is the same as removal of UPSC members. Those who don't know CVC, we will discuss CVC later on, don't worry. This Central Vigilance Commission, we will come to that later. So what is the removal? President of India will order the removal. For that, the president first has to ask the Supreme Court to conduct an inquiry. Supreme Court will conduct an inquiry and see if the person is adjudged insolvent. Insolvent means bankrupt. If you have taken money and you can't give it back. If you have been convicted of an offense of moral turpitude, means corruption related cases. If you have engaged in paid employment outside the office, apart from this, you have some other job. Or if you are unfit to continue due to infirm mind or body, means maybe mentally or physically you are not fit right now. All of these are reasons. If the Supreme Court finds them to be true, any of them to be true, the Supreme Court will tell the president that yes, you can remove, and the person will be removed. This is how the removal works. This is the same process for UPSC members or chairperson, same process for Lokpal, same process for National Human Rights Commission, same process for Center Vigilance Commission. So you just have to focus on removal of two things and everything else will be covered very easily. Moral turpitude basically means corruption, that you are morally corrupt, engaged in exchange of money, etc. That will be called moral turpitude. Now, the State Information Commissioner is exactly the same as central, so we'll not go into detail of that. Every state has their own State Information Commission. They are working in their own capacity. They are the same as a central one. In the questions also, you will get questions on Central Information Commission only, not the state. The state ones usually work in a different manner in different states, so usually those questions are not asked. Now, let's come back to see what are the different types of questions that have been asked. I will be discussing some of the prelims based questions as well, but that will be in the end of the class. Once we end the class, let's first focus here on a mains kind of a question. So this was a question asked in 2020. See, RTI is one of those topics which is extremely common. Almost every alternate year, you will get a question on RTI. Pretty easy, simple question if you have read whatever we have discussed. This question was, recent amendments to the Right to Information Act will have profound impact on the autonomy and independence of the Information Commission discussed. I hope some of you would have done some answer writing practice. I don't know if you have or if you have not. Let's discuss what are the different ways or what are the important pointers that you have to include here. Doesn't matter what kind of an answer you are writing. Usually, a good answer would be the one that had three different components. So usually, writing an answer, you will start with the introduction part, then you come to the main body part, and then you come to the conclusion part. See, most of the questions, how you will write the answer depends a lot on the word limit as well. Now, if you see this question has a 150 word limit, if it would have been 250 words, it would have been a more expanded, a more elaborate answer. Things would be much longer, but here it has to be shorter, much more compact. Let's start with the introduction part. What do you write in the introduction? The best and the most appropriate introduction for any answer, please remember this, for any answer, the best introduction has to be either a fact or a definition, as simple as that. Look at the question and see, can you write a fact or can you write a definition which is related to this? That will be the easiest way to answer, to start the introduction. Now, where to write a fact, where to write a definition, let's look at this. When you have a question which is regarding something that happened recently, when you have a question which is regarding something that happened very recently, then you have to go with the fact. For example, look at this question. This question is about recent amendments. Means, as I just told you a couple of slides back, in 2019, the law was amended. So the question was, see, in 2020 itself. So the government amended the RTI law, changed the salary, changed the tenure, and the question was automatically asked next year. So it is a pretty good question, or it is a pretty good way to actually start this question with a fact. For example, the fact can be, recently the Government of India amended the Right to Information Act, mainly bringing in changes in tenure and salary of the information commissioners. That has given rise to a debate about the independence and autonomy of the Information Commission. Full stop. That can be an apt introduction. Again, when the question is based on something that happened recently, then it is always advisable to go with a fact based on what happened recently. This is one way. Now, let's assume that you don't know what happened recently. There is a very good chance. Right now, you are attending this class. In this class, we discuss what happened in 2019. So, you know. Let's assume you did not know what happened in 2019. So, what will you do then? If you don't know what fact or what happened, you are not up to the mark with current affairs, then you have to go with a definition. Definition can be about, let's say, Right to Information Act. You can say Right to Information Act empowers the citizens of India to ask for questions or information from the public authorities. That increases transparency in governance. That can be a definition. So it has to be one of the two. But please remember, either of the two, either a fact or a definition, whatever you write, please be focused on what the question is. Don't write something which is not related to the question right now. For example, in the introduction, if you start writing that Central Information Commission has one Chief Information Commissioner and maximum 10 Information Commissioners, that is not related to the question, because they are not asking the composition of the Information Commission. What is the question? Question is about autonomy, independence of this, and the recent amendments that have been done. So either of these three you have to focus on. If you start an introduction by something not related to this, you will not get good marks. You might think, oh, I'm writing something related to this. I'm telling them how many people are there in the Information Commission. But no, you are not answering the question directly. Please answer the question directly. Focus on what the question is asking. Now, in the main body, you can start writing that in 2019, there were two major amendments that were introduced. First, you can write about point number one, tenure. And you can write 3-4 lines that tenure of 5 years has been reduced to 3 years. Full stop. This has been seen as a step by the government of India to reduce or cut down on the powers and the independence of the Information Commission, because the lower the tenure, the lower will be the powers of the Information Commission. As we have seen, and you can write examples, we have seen in other countries where people at similar positions have been in much longer tenures. Then you have to write about the salary part, that the salary has been decoupled from Election Commission. The decoupling of the salary also means that the government has more control over the Information Commissions, and their autonomy is reduced, because the government can also now reduce their salary or change their salary whenever they want, thus taking away their autonomy. All of these are pointers that you can write. Since it is only a 150 word answer, even if you write, let's say, 3 lines each in both the points, your answer will be finished. Even if you write 3 points each. Now, the concluding part. In conclusion, what do you write? See, conclusion depends upon a lot of different things, mainly what kind of a question it is. In conclusion, you can write way forward. In conclusion, you can have suggestions also, or you can give a summary as well, depending upon what kind of a question it is. Usually, summaries will be given if it's a long question. If it's a 250 word answer, in those 250 words, whatever you have written, you can summarize that in the concluding part. But if it's just a 150 word answer, it doesn't make sense to summarize, because what you have written is anyways very short. So why do you want to summarize it? In these kind of questions, you can write a way forward or suggestion. For example, you can say that the government must realize the importance of right to information in forming a transparent society with better governance, and thus the government should reback or should take back such changes and try to empower the Information Commission so that it indirectly empowers the people. Or you can write, the government must understand that the trust between the people and the government would only increase if we give enough autonomy and independence to these statutory authorities in the country. This is a one or maximum two-liner suggestion or way forward that you can have in this answer. As simple as that. As simple as that. It really depends on what kind of an answer there has to be. Depends on question. Whatever we have discussed so far, you have enough content to write this kind of an answer. Try and write this. You can send it to the mentors. You can send it to the IAS target IAS ID that you have, and they will also give you a feedback on that. But do try and write these answers. These are not very difficult. Also, how much or in how much space will you write 150 words depends really on your handwriting. It really depends on your handwriting. Some people who write by giving a lot of space in between, they might fill an entire page or even more than that for 150 words. Some people who write in a very narrow manner, who don't give a lot of space in between, they might not need an entire page for 150 words. So it really depends upon what you actually have to do. It really depends upon how you write, it depends on your style of writing, but it is different for different people. It depends entirely upon you. That is how it usually actually works. Now, let's go ahead with the RTI law and some other things about the RTI law. First, there is a need of balance. Why? No one would agree, and I'm sure you will also not agree, that the government should give out all the information. There are some informations that are secret that the government should not and will not give out. I'll give you an example. When the Galwan Valley clashes happened between India and China in Ladakh, if you remember, in 2020 when we had the Galwan Valley clashes between the two sides, there were some soldiers who sacrificed their life. A few weeks after that, our defense minister, Rajnath Singh, was in the parliament. He was making a speech telling what exactly had happened. And then he stopped. He said that I can only give you this much information. I cannot give you more information than this because right now we are still undergoing that operation. So governments always will keep some information with themselves only. They did not even tell the parliament. So there has to be a balance between the two. Balance of what information should be secured because of national interest versus what is the right of the citizens to know from the side of the government. The problem is, how do we maintain the balance? Right now, we have maintained the balance by giving exemptions to a lot of bodies. There are a lot of bodies, a lot of public authorities in India to which you cannot file an RTI. They will not give a reply. Many of them have been exempted and you don't have to file and you don't have to give a response to RTI. You can actually remove this. For example, if you ask for any information which is against the sovereignty or integrity of India, you will not get a response. Any information which is endangering India's security, information which is strategic, scientific, economic interest will not be given out. Any information that affects India's relation with the foreign states will also not be given out. Any information that might lead to incitement of any kind of offense will not be given out. Any contempt of court information will not be given out. Means, let's say there is a matter going on in the court right now. In the middle of that, you want information about that case. It will not be given out. Breach of legislative privileges means there are some informations. By the way, do you know something called closed door meetings? There are something called closed door meetings of parliament. Do you know about that? Closed door meetings of parliament. Now, what do you mean by that? So basically, parliament has this right, or parliamentarians have this right, that if something very important is being discussed, they might not allow the media to enter the parliament that day. They might not allow anyone to come in the parliament that day. These are secret meetings. They are held usually once in few years. I'll give you an example. So what happened was, when Telangana was being created, Andhra Pradesh Assembly was not in favor of this. When the bill on Telangana was being passed in the parliament, it was a closed door meeting. Media was not allowed. Outsiders were also not allowed. When you don't allow outsiders, you don't know what is happening inside. Let's assume you want to know what happened in those meetings, and you file an RTI. You want to know what happened in the secret meeting. You will not be known. You will not be told, obviously, because that is a breach of legislative privilege. So you cannot breach legislative privilege. You cannot ask for information from parliament or state legislature, which is secret, which is not to be told to the public. Then, any third party info like commercial confidence, trade secrets, etc. For example, can you file an RTI asking ISRO, tell me how did you make the rocket? I also want to make it in my home for my science project. Do you think they will give you that information? Can you file an RTI with the HAL, with the DRDO? Can you file an RTI with HAL asking them, how did you make the Tejas aircraft? I also want to make an aircraft in my house. Can they do that? No, they will not, obviously. It's a trade secret. It's a intellectual property secret. They are public authority, that is fine. But they will not give you these kind of secrets. Then, any information available to a person in his fiduciary relationship. Now, what do you mean by this? Fiduciary relationship. Fiduciary relationship basically means, let's say you get an information from someone because you are, let's say, lawyer, you are representing them in the court. I'll give you an example. Let's assume that there is a lawyer that is representing the government. A lawyer will get to know a lot of secret things about the government. That information will not be allowed to go to the open public. An information shared by a person because it was required officially, because a person was representing the government. If they get the information, they will not share it with anyone. That is called a fiduciary relation. When you are representing someone, when you are working on their behalf, and that is how you get to know the information, that also will not be shared. Then, information received in confidence from a foreign government. I'll give an example of this as well. Remember, ever since the present government came to power, they have been saying that we will bring back all the black money. Many people have these accounts in the Swiss banks, and we will release the name of people who have account in the Swiss bank, etc. So what happened was, government of India asked the government of Switzerland that please give us the list of those people who have accounts in your country. We will ask some questions to them. Switzerland government said, no, 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 we cannot give you a list of those people because our banking system is very secret. If we start giving list of those people to the government, then people will not come to open account in our country. So Switzerland government said, we will not give you that information. So Indian government said, okay, give us the information. We promise you, we will not tell anyone. That comes under this category. If we promised Switzerland government, give us the information, it will not be revealed to anyone in the public. Whoever has bank account in your country, etc., we will not tell anyone. That information is also exempt. They will not share this information in the RTI as well, because that information is taken in confidence from a foreign government, telling them, promising them that we will not share information with anyone. Then, any information which would endanger the life or physical safety of a person will not be given. Any information that would impede means it would be a roadblock in the process of investigation, apprehension, prosecution. Any of that will not be given. Cabinet papers, government meeting papers that are yet to be made public. If the government has not made some information public so far, they will not share that information as well. They will not share that information as well. All of these informations are exempted from the RTI. You cannot file an RTI for these. If you do file an RTI for these, you will not get any information, and you will get this reason that we will not share information with you. Also, information related to personal information which has no relation to public activity. Let's try and understand this. Let us assume you become a district magistrate, a DM, right? All of you dream about it. Let's say one day you become the DM. Now, do you think someone can, because DM is a public authority or working for the government, now can someone ask a question to you that what does the DM eat in the breakfast? I want to know. Where does he go for morning walk? At what time? I want to know. Can this question be asked in the RTI? Can you ask a question what the Prime Minister eats for breakfast? What is he eating? Where does he go? You cannot. No, you cannot. Because the person is a public authority, fine. But the information that you're asking is not a public information. You cannot ask private information from a public authority. The DM, the prime ministers, the ministers, they may be public authorities. But that doesn't mean that their private personal information will also come under RTI. Their private information that has nothing to do with their working. See, the simple logic is you as the public can ask questions that impact the public. These don't impact the public. What is the DM eating? What is the collector eating? Where is he going for morning walk, evening walk? That these are not things that you're supposed to know. So those questions will not be asked. Information can be denied if it would involve infringement of copyright. So you cannot have someone's IP or copyright data asked. Also, there is something called Official Secrets Act 1923. We will go into that in 10-15 minutes. There is a law in India called Official Secrets Act, called OSA. What is this act? As the name suggests, and as the year also suggests, it was introduced by the British. The British did not want a lot of their information to be shared with anyone, and they called that information as the official secret. A lot of times, when you file an RTI to the government, and the government thinks that if this information goes out in the public, people will criticize us. Understand this. Let's say you ask information to the government thinks if information goes out, it will be our criticism. We don't want this to happen. What does the government do? Government just says, no, 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 we cannot give you this information. This is our official secret. We cannot give you this information. So, in short, the Official Secrets Act is used as a tool, is used as an excuse by the government to not give out information. A lot of times government doesn't give out the information. Government says, no, 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 we will not give out the information because it is an official secret. That is called Official Secrets Act. We will discuss about this act in just a bit. This act is a big loophole in the law. Because the government, whenever they don't want to give out any information, they will just say this is a secret. For example, let's say you ask for an information, the government thinks that because of this information, some scam can come out and government wants to hide that scam. The only thing that the government will do is government will say, no, no, this is an official secret, we can't tell it to you. So this also is a big problem. That Official Secrets Act gives a lot of powers to the government to ensure that they don't have to give out information when they don't want to. There's a lot of questions in the comment section about fiduciary relations. I'll repeat that. Many people asked to repeat fiduciary relationships. I'll just repeat that very quickly. What is fiduciary relationship? Sorry. So basically, fiduciary relationship in simple terms means, let us assume that you are giving some service to someone. I'll give you an example. Okay. Lawyers, doctors, or let's say even accountants. Let's understand this. Your lawyer, your doctor will know a lot of things about you that others don't know. Is it true? Your accountant, your CA will know a lot of things about you that others don't know, right? Because they know a lot of your personal things. They know your cases, they know what diseases you have, they know how much money you have in the bank, etc. These are people who are in a fiduciary relationship with you. Because of that relationship, these people have a lot of personal information about you. They are in a fiduciary relationship with you, so they have a lot of information about you. If an RTI is filed against or for a government doctor, that you work for the government, I'm filing an RTI, I want to know what diseases does the minister have, tell me. Will he tell that? No, because he got that information because of a fiduciary relationship he had with the minister. So that is why that information will not be given. Now do you understand what is fiduciary relationship? Fiduciary relationship is a person who actually is giving you certain services. Because of those services, the person has a lot of personal information about you. That information will not be given out. Okay? Those who are asking about, guys, as I told you, Official Secrets Act, we will discuss in detail in just a bit. Don't worry about that. The OSA, Official Secret Act, we'll discuss in just a bit. Now, apart from that, there are some other organizations as per this law which have been given certain freedom. For example, intelligence organizations and security organizations. I'll give you the list also. For example, this is the big list. All these organizations that you see, IB, RAW, CRPF, CAPF, all these organizations, to them, can you file an RTI? You can, but only partially. Listen to this carefully. Intelligence agencies, security organizations, they get certain exemption. What are the exemptions? The exemptions that they get is you can file RTIs, however, only if there is some corruption charges, only on cases of corruption or human rights violations. Only on these two questions you can file RTI to these organizations. They will get 45 days of time limit to answer the question. There is a long list of these organizations. This is the long list. To these organizations, you can file RTI, yes, but not for their working, not for how they are and where they are operating. For these, the RTI can only be filed for cases of corruption or for human rights violation. They will get 45 days to respond, not 30. Okay. All these are the agencies. Okay. There's a question from Rashmi. Do we remember this? See, remembering all these 25 are difficult. So I will not say remember these. What my suggestion would be, read this list a couple of times, 2-3 lines. That will start giving you an idea what are these organizations. If some organization has been added recently, let's say in the past 1 year, it comes in the news that government has added an organization in this, then you may remember that. I don't think that you would have to remember all these 25. That would be difficult for you. What you can do is try and make sure that you just remember, read it a couple of times, 3 times, see if something has been added very recently, and then you can go ahead and remember that, but not apart from that. Now, what has been the impact of the RTI? Has it been good? Has it been bad? As I said, and I told you the first case from my memory as well, when the RTI was first introduced, it was seen as a revolutionary law. For the first time ever, people of the country, common citizens, got the power to ask questions to the government. It was used as a grievance redressal tool. Grievance redressal means when you have a complaint from a government authority, they are not doing anything about it, so you can file an RTI. The FIR example that I gave you, the lady filed an FIR, investigation was not going anywhere, so she filed an RTI. So it became a big grievance redressal tool. It helped in bringing out scams, corruption, wasteful expenditure of the government, and it set the trend for other right-based legislations. Means during the same time when RTI was introduced, there were other similar kind of laws that were introduced. Meaning RTI was right to information. Similarly, we had right to food, the Food Security Act. We had the right to education. the RTE, we had the right to work under Manrega. So all these different types of laws were introduced at the same time because of the success of the RTI. They have been able to provide information to a lot of people. A lot more people can know or have the authority, the power to know how the government is working. A lot more people can know how their money is being spent by the government. All of that is an impact that RTI has had. However, at the same time, there are still many issues that remain in the Act. First, the Act still has vague terms and phrases. Remember, we discussed in the beginning, the Act says NGOs that are substantially financed are also covered under it. Remember, substantially financed NGOs. And we discussed that there is no definition of substantially financed. No one knows what is substantially financed. So there is still a lot of vague terms and phrases which have not been defined. Right to reject frivolous applications. The government authorities have the right to reject applications by giving reasons. The problem is a lot of times they reject applications without giving proper reasoning behind it. Without telling you, they will just say, no, no, this is a secret, we will not share it with you. Most of the RTIs now being filed don't get proper, complete replies. They get half a reply, they get some replies here, some reply there. Also, the number of organizations in that list of exempted organizations is increasing at a very fast speed. We just saw there are 25 organizations in that list already. The more organizations that you include in such a list and you exempt them from RTI, the weaker the law will become. Any law that has a lot of these exceptions will always become a weak law. When you don't give exemptions, the law automatically becomes better. Apart from this, RTI law at the state level also is not being followed properly. As you can see here, many applications have been pending. Thousands and lakhs of applications have been pending here. Shashank, Schedule 2 is the schedule of the RTI Act, which gives you a list of those organizations of intelligence and security agency that we just discussed. A lot of these RTIs are pending. Why is it pending? The reason is, as I said, at the second appeal level, there was no time limit given. Remember, when you file the second appeal, there is no time limit given. So the applications are pending. Many state commissions, state information commissions, have not even been appointed properly. Many of their chiefs have not been appointed by the government. There are two reasons for that. First reason I gave you already. Why would the government appoint an organization that is supposed to expose the government only? Would you appoint someone who is supposed to give you or who is supposed to expose you? No, obviously not. So why would the government do that? I'll tell you a second reason as well. Tell me very honestly, before you go to vote or before you go to vote in the next election, would you decide which party to vote based on whether they appointed election information commission or not? Would your voting decision be influenced by thinking, oh, this party is not good? Why? They did not appoint information commission. This party reduced the tenure. No, I will not vote for them. Would it ever influence your decision? No, obviously no. So why would any political party or any government do this? It's as simple as that. In a democracy, you expect the governments, the political parties to take decision at the end of the day, which will influence the votes of the people. So if there is something that will not influence what the people are thinking, then why would the government go ahead and fill in these positions? As simple as that. And this logic applies to most of the other things. When you say or when you read that there are thousands of vacancies, teacher positions are lying vacant in the schools, all of you would have read this, right? That in government schools there are no teachers. All of you would have read this. in the government offices, people are not working properly. All of you would have read this. And then you ask yourself, but why is it not changing? It is not changing because when you go to vote, you are not thinking that, oh, teacher positions are vacant, I will not vote for this government. Because that is just not your priority, as simple as that. The day that it becomes your priority as a voter, you will see automatically the governments will start changing themselves. Automatically. There is a very simple explanation to this. People get the government they deserve, not the government they need. Please remember this. People get the government they deserve, not the government that they need. Because you voted on the basis of certain issues, so government will work on those issues, as simple as that. You did not vote on the basis of certain issues, the government will not work on that. That is how the entire democratic system works, not just in India, but around the world. I'm not blaming any particular party or any particular country for that matter. Every democratic country will work in exactly the same manner. The moment the people start telling the government that we will vote on this issue, automatically the issue will become important for the government. Now, let's also look at how the working of the RTI has been. Some of the issues with the RTI is, number one, problem of bureaucratic mindset. What is bureaucratic mindset? Let's take a simple example. Let's forget about UPSC exam for one moment, okay? Let's forget about UPSC exam. Let's talk about other government exams. You know for a fact, lakhs and lakhs and even crores of people in India every year prepare to get a government job, right? I'm not talking about IAS, leave that. Talk about other government jobs. So people prepare to get a government job for years and years and years because they want a government job. Now tell me this, why do you want, or why do people want a government job? What is so great in government job? At higher levels, you will not get the same salary as private sector. Private sector has more salary if you are really skilled. Why do people want to get a government job only? Perks, job security, status, security of tenure. Okay. Mostly, Lakshmi saying paid holiday. Lakshmi, you will be surprised to know you don't get many paid holidays in government. Now, okay, okay. So I'll tell you what. Mostly, as most people are saying, it is job security. It is kind of stability, right? Permanent nature of work, something like that, right? All of you agree with this? All of you agree with this? Job safety, stability, permanent, right? All of you agree with this? Yes, I'm not talking about dowry. Let's talk about dowry sometime later. Okay, let's come back to this. Now let's start with this. So you or most people want government job because of security, stability, the permanent nature of job that it brings. Is it safe to say that this means, and listen to this very carefully, is it safe to say that this means that you want a government job or people want a government job because they know even if they don't work as hard as they should, they will not be removed from the job? I'm right? If people don't work as hard as they should, even then they will not be removed from the job. That is also part of why people want government job. I can say that. Yes, I can say that. Yes. Okay. Now let's assume. Now let's assume this. Polke saying people will get suspended. Polke, people don't get suspended for not doing their job. You will get suspended if you do some blunder, but not doing your job will not get you suspended. Okay, now let's understand this. Let's understand this. Let's assume, let's assume that you become a government official because you thought of job security, job stability, because you thought I don't have to run around every day and even then I have the job. All of a sudden, the government introduces the RTI law. All of a sudden, government says, no, no, no. Now questions will be asked. Within 30 days, you will have to give a reply. If you don't work, your information will be out in the public. Now tell me, as a government official, will you like it or not? Will you like it? You prepared for a government job for so many years because you wanted job security, a job with ease, you don't have to work that much. And then the government comes on your head and saying, no, you will have to work. Within 30 days, you get the response. You will be done this and that. That is called bureaucratic mindset. You entered the government not thinking, again, I'm not generalizing it. I'm not saying every government official will be like this. But I can guarantee you, you would have met at least one government official in your lifetime who fits this definition that I've given to you. Don't want to work hard because you get a nice pay, you don't have to do a lot. I'm not saying every government official is like that, but you would have met at least one official who is like that. This is a problem of bureaucratic mindset. You did not enter a government job thinking that you'll have to work so hard. But that is the case, and that is why you don't get a lot of responses. Second big problem, no budget is given for RTI. Now, you might think, why do we need a budget for RTI? Where is the government spending the money? But the problem is, you need budget or money for RTI. Why? Because for RTI, you have to computerize your old records. We discussed about thousands of files, one over the other in the government rooms. If you want to computerize that, if you want to convert that into a digital version, you want money, right? But the government doesn't give any extra money for RTI, for digitalization, or any of these kind of things. Then most of the PIOs, that is the department's public information officers, are junior rank officials. Let's take an example. Let's assume there's an RTI filed in a department. RTI has a question, and the answer to that question is only with the head of the department. Take that situation. An RTI is filed. The answer to that RTI can only be given by the head of the department. Now let's assume this PIO, this poor chap, he got the RTI. He goes to head of the department, says, sir, an RTI has been filed. Please give the answer. And then the department head says, no, come back tomorrow. I'm very busy. Do you think this PIO would be able to force the head of the department that, no, give the response today within 30 days? Do you think they will be able to do that? No. A junior ranked official as a PIO, how can they force the senior officials to respond within these many days? It will not happen. It will not happen. That is also a big problem. PIOs are too lower in rank. Suo motu disclosures are very, very poor. As I said, the entire objective of the RTI law was not that people should have to file the RTI. The objective was government departments themselves should give out information as much as possible. If some information has not been given out, then you can file the RTI. But RTI should not just be for every single thing. Information should be disclosed by themselves, but that has not happened so far. This is also a big problem. Then additional responsibilities are given to PIOs without additional incentives. See, these PIOs, public information officers, are not brought from outside. For example, when RTI law was introduced in 2005, in every department, a person who was already working in the department, already doing something, he was told that now from today onwards, you are also the PIO of our department. So PIOs are not just doing their job as a public information officer. They have some other job or role also in the department. So they are not getting any incentive or any extra salary for that. Those who were lower ranked officials earlier already, they were told now this is an additional responsibility we are putting on you. So they also don't have any incentive to work hard. Record management is also very poor. As I said, even if the government official may want to give out information to the public, they would not be able to find any information because of the way that the government records are being stored usually in the government offices. Usually in pen and paper form, files over files over files. Files over files over files, and you will not be able to get any information out if you don't store it in the digitalized form. That also is a big problem. That is why the RTI law that was first introduced, it had a lot of potential, but unfortunately in the past few years, it has not really been taken very seriously. Then penal provisions are rarely used. What are penal provisions? Penal provision means the law says that the Information Commission can impose penalty on the officer as well. Do you know that? There was a penalty imposed on officers. Let's say within 30 days, the officer does not give a response. A part of the salary used to be cut or can be cut if you don't get a response. But who decides whether or not punishment has to be given, salary has to be cut or not? The CIC decides that. Central Information Commission. But they rarely do that. They don't really do that. They are not able to, or they are not imposing these kind of laws. Then state information commissions have not posted annual reports in the prescribed time limit. Now, what do you mean by that? Please understand this. Every government office like this, like State Information Commission, Central Information Commission, all of these have to prepare an annual report. Annual report is what work did they do through the entire year, and that annual report is usually published on their website. Anyone can read it so that it is out open in the public. Report usually, for example, has numbers, data, how many applications were filed, how the response was given, etc. The state information commissions across the entire country have not published these reports for a long time. The state information officers or state information commissions have not given these kind of reports or updated these reports in their portal for a long time. These information commissions don't have any contempt power. What do you mean by contempt power? Contempt power means punishing someone for not following your order. The simple question is, can the information commissioners punish someone? Can they punish the government if the government doesn't abide by their order? No, they cannot. As I told you earlier as well, the biggest problem is if we have the information commission or the chief central information commission, if they order something to the government that no, you should disclose this information, this is not a secret, even then the government can say no, we will not do that. What will you do? And they don't have any powers after that. There is no power with the CICs to actually go ahead and punish or take any action against their contempt. That is also a big part of the problem. We also have huge pending cases. As we discussed, there are thousands of pending appeals because the second appeal doesn't have any time limit. So there are appeals that are pending for a long time at the Central Information Commission. There are also issues with the vacancies of the election commissions. As I just showed you, out of the 10 information commissions, only 5 information commissioners are appointed right now. And even 5 is high. Do you know, if you go back a few months, there were only 3 out of 10. You almost never would you have 10 information commissioners appointed. And that also leads to more and more vacancies building up. Then, genuine activists have been replaced by blackmailers in this case. Do you know certain politicians are very much against the RTI law? For example, if you see, let's assume, if you see the Chief Minister of Telangana, KCR, he has been always against this law. I'll give you an example so that you can understand why is the person against the law or why are politicians against the law. Let's take a simple example. Let's assume that you are a collector of a district. Listen to this very carefully, okay? You're a collector, you are a DM. Let's say in your district, there is a flood that happened. Because of the floods, lot of properties were damaged. So the government announced everyone whose house was damaged will get 5 lakh rupees from the side of the government. Okay? Government makes these announcements, right? In the floods, if your house is damaged, we'll give you compensation. So government said 5 lakh rupees will be given to everyone. Usually when the government does this, the responsibility of choosing or seeing who are the people who should get 5 lakhs or not is with the DM. So if you are the DM, you will get a call from the government that prepare a list of those people whose houses were lost and give them check of 5 lakh rupees each from the government account. So as a DM, what will you do? You will announce everyone that everyone should come to my office, bring your property papers, so that the papers can prove that you are the owner of the land. And if it is proven, I will give you the check. This is what you will do, right? As a DM, that you will have to see if someone is a owner or not. Now let's assume a situation. There's an old lady that comes to your office. This old lady says that my house was damaged, but I don't have any papers to prove. I live alone. My family has died. But you can ask anyone around me. I have been living in this house for many years. So you go around, ask people, and they say that yes, this old lady lives in the house, but she doesn't have any papers to prove. So what do? You, being a good person, being an ethical person, you give her a check of 5 lakh rupees. Everything is sorted, no issues. After a few years, there was a person who filed an RTI, and in the RTI, the person wanted to know list of those people who were given 5 lakh rupees of check by the DM. And in that list, the RTI activist finds out that you gave check of 5 lakh rupees to a person who did not have the papers to show. And that person will now call you that I will go to court against you. I will prove that you took some bribe. You would have given 2 lakhs to her. You would have given or taken a cashback of 3 lakh rupees. I will blackmail you or I will go to the court. If you don't want me to go to court, give me 1 crore rupees right now. That actually happens. This is why bureaucrats, this is why people at that positions don't like the RTI law. And they have their own reasons. The example that I just told you is not a hypothetical thing. It can happen. Do you remember when the COVID-19 crisis was going on? I'll just take you back a couple of years when the COVID-19 crisis was going on. India was importing ventilators, oxygen concentrators from all across the world. These machines landed at Delhi airport, and for many days they were at the Delhi airport only. They just were not coming out and they were not being supplied to the hospitals. Why? Because the paperwork was going on. When you import something, you have to do the paperwork, only then you can actually get it imported, right? Many people criticize the bureaucracy. That see, bureaucracy is so bad, IAS officers are so bad. They want paperwork to be happening first. They don't give importance to the life of the people. People are losing out on their lives. But the bureaucrats also know today everything is fine. You will not ask for paperwork. Once everything goes back to normal after 10 years, there will be some random RTI activist who will file an RTI and who will say, oh, this IAS officer, he imported something without paperwork, so let me take him to court. This does happen. There are many bureaucrats who are retired and they are still going to court even today for the decisions that they took when they were secretaries, etc. Because now files have been opened up through RTI and questions are now being asked. So questions being asked against bureaucrats through the RTI discourages the bureaucrats to go ahead and beyond their job to actually help people. Because now everyone is so scared. No one wants to go to the court time and time again after their retirement just because they did something good. That is a big problem with the RTI. That is why many ministers, many bureaucrats, all of these are against the RTI. Because the RTI activists, as you call them, they keep on filing RTI, hoping to find something interesting and then bring it in the news for their own fame. That becomes a big problem. That activists have been replaced by blackmailers. Then shallow awareness. Tell me very honestly, all of you are educated people, all of you at some point of time may have had something that you wanted to ask the government. But over 90% of you here have not filed an RTI ever, right? There are very few people here who have filed an RTI. You knew there is something called the RTI law. You knew you could file it, but you never filed it. Why is that the case? Because there is absolutely zero awareness about it. The government has not created any awareness. You are not told in school or colleges that this is also something that you can do. News doesn't tell you that you also can file an RTI. Let me ask you an interesting question. Today, if you want to buy a Bitcoin, I'm not saying that you should. Today, if you want to buy a Bitcoin, do you know from where can you buy it? Do you know from where can you buy a Bitcoin if you want to? Okay, let me ask you one more question. If you want to buy mutual funds, let me ask you this question. If you want to buy mutual funds, do you know from where can you buy the mutual funds? If you want to buy mutual funds, you know where can you? Okay. Almost everyone knows from where you can buy mutual funds, right? Now my question is, how do you know? The school did not tell you where to buy mutual funds. Your college did not tell you from where to buy mutual funds. How do you know about that? How do you know where to buy mutual funds? You might have seen some ad, maybe YouTube, maybe newspaper, maybe during the IPL, maybe during the news. Somewhere you would have seen some ad. So you are aware about that, right? You can't say, oh, I don't know where to buy mutual fund. Everyone knows where to buy mutual funds. So again, the question is, if you know where to buy mutual funds, how is it that most people in India still don't know how to file RTI? If you compare this, if people know how to file mutual fund, how is it that they don't know how to file an RTI? Why? Because there has been zero effort from the government to raise any awareness. Absolutely zero effort. No money has been spent on any ads. No awareness has been created. You never have any influential person coming on TV educating the people how to file an RTI, that you should file an RTI, because there's absolutely no budget for that. All of that means that the RTI law has not been working as good as it should be. Now, about the RTI law, second ARC has made certain recommendations as well. What is second ARC? We will read about second ARC a bit detail later on. ARC stands for Administrative Reforms Commission. Administrative Reforms Commission, that is ARC. So in 2005, there was this big committee made called ARC, Administrative Reforms Commission. As the name suggests, the idea was they had to suggest to the government how to improve the administration of the country. They gave 15 reports, 1-5, very detailed reports. In those reports, they also talked about RTI, how to improve the RTI. First suggestion they gave was repeal OSA. OSA is Official Secret Act, that we will discuss in a bit. Official Secrets Act should be repealed. They said oath of secrecy should be replaced with oath of transparency. Have you seen any minister taking an oath? On TV, of course. Have you seen any minister taking an oath? Any minister, prime minister, state minister, anyone would work. Have you seen that? Okay. If you have, great. If you have not, even then, if you notice this very carefully, they take two oaths and not just one. There are two oaths that every minister takes, not just one. There is one oath that is called oath to office, and there is second oath which is called oath of secrecy. Oath of secrecy means every minister says that I will not reveal any official secret to anyone. This is the oath that they take, that any matter brought to me as a minister, I will not share it with anyone. The problem is this is used as an excuse by the ministers not to share any information in the RTI. They use this as an excuse that no, I've taken the oath of secrecy, I can't say anything, even to the RTI. So second ARC suggested that this should be replaced. Oath of secrecy should be replaced by oath of transparency. OSA, Official Secret Act, should be repealed. As we discussed, Official Secret Act empowers the government to mark some documents as official secrets and then they don't reveal in the RTI. Second ARC also suggested review of second schedule. What is second schedule? The intelligence organizations, security organizations, which are exempted majorly. That a lot of them, many of them should not be exempted. How to classify confidential documents. There should be proper laws about it. Government cannot randomly just say this is a classified document, we will not share. What is classified, what is not classified, the government should tell. Also, record management should be made better. The problem with the government authorities is there is no proper keeping of the record. And when you don't have official proper keeping of the record, you will not be able to give out this information as well. They also said information commissioners, their selection process should also change. Government alone should not decide who should be the information commissioners. We should allow other people from the civil society, means non-government people, should also come out and they should also suggest who should be information commissioners. At least half of information commissioners should be from non-civil service background. Why? So that they don't favor the government always. We should also have training for civil servants about RTI. What exactly is the RTI law? How should it be followed? All these are recommendations that the committee had made. Have these been followed? Not a lot. Most of these recommendations have not been followed, but this is a suggestion that they have made. They also said that PIO should be a higher ranked official. We discussed PIO right now is a lower ranked official, so they don't get a lot of powers. They said the PIO should be at least of the level of deputy secretary or director. And there should be a national coordination committee that will include the chairperson of all the state information commissioners. So all the state information commissions should come together in a national coordination committee to look into whether the law is being followed properly in every state of India or not, so that there's coordination amongst all the states and the law is followed well. These are some of the suggestions that second ARC has given. Now, there is small amount of time remaining for today. So what I'm going to do is, there are still some topics left. We will cover these topics tomorrow. I will jump onto the quiz for today. Is that fine? There are a few topics remaining. We will jump onto these topics tomorrow. We'll conclude that tomorrow so that we can do with the quiz for today, right? So we'll resume from here tomorrow. So don't worry about that, so that I can get the quiz and ask and answer some questions. So this is where we will begin tomorrow. All these things will be discussed tomorrow, official secrets act, etc. Okay. Should we start with the quiz? There are, I think, 3 or 4 questions, if I remember correctly. Should we start? Perfect. So let's start then. First question is right on your screen. Read it very carefully, and then I'll give you your options. Read it carefully. Let me know once you have read it. I'll start your timer. Done? Okay. I'll start a 30 seconds timer. Starts now. And the response is in. 30% people only gave the correct answer. This is D. None of these is correct. None of these is correct. First, wrong. Why? The process for information commission, as I said, is the same as the UPSC members removal. Remember? not the same as Supreme Court judges. Wrong. Second, one of the members is the Union Home Minister. No. What did I tell you? Members are Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, and any cabinet minister of the Prime Minister's choice. Cabinet minister can be anyone, doesn't have to be the Union Home Minister only. Third, also wrong. Why? Cannot be MP, MLA, and cannot be connected to any political party. Cannot be MP, MLA, and cannot be connected to any political party as well. None of these statements is correct. 30% of your right. Ready for the second question? Ready for the second question? This is your question number 2. Read it carefully. Done? Your time has started. And your time is up. 26% people got this right. Seems to be a quiz tougher than you expected, right? Again, none of the given statements is correct. First, no time limit for first appeal. We discussed no time limit is for second appeal. For first appeal, we do have a 45-day time limit. Second, Supreme Court may direct the Commission to decide on the appeal. No, as I said, Supreme Court so far has not done this. Supreme Court has said we will not do this. If it changes in the future, we'll get to know. But so far, Supreme Court has said that we will not interfere in the working of the CIC, Central Information Commission. We will not come in between. Third, the time period for RTI extend to 45 days if it is given to API. You know how much? 35 days. If I told you if it is given to API or then it will be transferred, it will be 35 days and not 45 days, not more than that. Remember, 45 days was for what? 45 days was for, if you remember, intelligence agencies and security agencies. Remember? So again, all of these are wrong. Most people seem to be shocked right now because a simple topic seems to be going a bit difficult with the question, right? Ready for third? Should we go ahead? Okay. Just give me a moment. Just a second. Just a second, guys. Yep. Ready for third? Perfect. Perfect. Let's go ahead. Okay. One of the things that I'm getting is Deepika saying Supreme Court may direct. Again, Deepika, so far they have said that we will not direct. If they do in the future, then we'll get to know. But for now, the Supreme Court said that no, we will not come in between. Then question number 3. This may be easier. I'm starting a timer already because it's a pretty easy short question. And the time is up. 51% got this one correct. I thought more than 51 should have got this correct. This is C. That is 1, 2, and 3 are correct. Fourth is wrong, as we discussed. For the NGOs, the phrase is substantially financed. Substantially financed. That is why it is wrong. Okay, there's one question. I'll come to the previous one. Many people are saying the word may is why they got confused. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If I tell you, or if there's a statement, the sun may rise in the west, what would you say? If I say the sun may rise in the west, now you can say, sir, may is always a possibility, so I will say right. But no, the sun may not rise in the west. Similarly, the Supreme Court has clearly said that we will not interfere. So, till the time that this is what they are saying, we will not interfere, till that time, this is the correct, this has to be wrong. If they say that no, we will interfere or we might interfere, then the statement becomes right. So far, Supreme Court has said we will not interfere, and this is where we have to agree to that. Okay, and this 35 days, as I said, normally it will be 30 days, can be extended to 35 days. That is what I was referring to. 35 days can be extended for the transfer part. Normally 30 days, but the question can be extended to not 45 but 35. Okay. Perfect. Last question for the day. Last question for the day. Let's see if you can answer this. If you read that snippet of RTI website carefully, you should be able to answer this. I'm starting your time. And your time is up. 48% people got this right. This is C. Applicants' education is asked but not mandatory. It is asked but is not mandatory. How do you get to know what is mandatory, what is not? If you remember, I had showed you that photo. Let me see where that is. Just a second. Yeah. See, the star marks are mandatory. Something that doesn't have the star marks is not mandatory. So if you actually see this, educational status not mandatory. That is how it works. Okay. Perfect. Let's see the leaderboard. That was the end of the quiz. These were 4 questions that we had. We have 7 people who answered all the 4 questions correctly. Annie, Kunal, Kibriya, Kurubagar, uh, Naseha, Pankaj, and Pooja. Perfect. Great job, guys. Great job. This brings us to the end of today's class, which was a first class for governance. The similar pattern will continue. We'll discuss a lot of questions by giving a lot of examples as well. The class is still live. You can ask your questions to the SME who is still here. We'll see each other tomorrow, 6 a.m. Please do not be late. If you are late today for any reason, please do see the recorded version of the class so that you do not miss out on anything. Do join us back tomorrow, 6 a.m. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Jai Hind. The class is still live. You can ask your questions.